Hello, peeps. I'm back. How's everybody doing? How are you guys doing today? I have returned, and it's time to talk about video games for a little bit. Oops, I messed up. Let me fix my thingy. Brother, I wanted to play and chill today and just talk about the games I'm looking forward to, but the industry is fucking insane again. Again. There's no day where people are not normal in this industry. The game industry is killing itself, and these people couldn't care less. Wait. Whoops. That was weird. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Brother, this industry is killing itself. Xbox is on a run again. What better time to talk about Xbox than while playing freaking Forza Horizon, a game coming out of Xbox? Yeah, man. Xbox is up to no good again. Well, up to no good. It's one of those things where it's understandable, but also it's annoying that it's happening because it's one of those I told you so kind of things. But the worst part is it's always the innocent people suffering from it. Like Xbox is now trying to restructure and close studios, and in order to recoup costs and like reduce overhead and all of that, which is fine. It makes sense. It's just fucking annoying that it took them this long. You know what I mean? And also, it's technically not really admitting your own faults. It's basically putting the blame on the studios, and very easily kind of putting them to the curb for all of your bad decisions. So like the management at the top once again gets to run free, while everybody else gets to suffer. Everybody else actually making the games and actually trying to be creative and actually trying to make things gets the shaft. And then we wonder why the West fucking sucks at putting out good games recently, especially in the AAA space, not so much in the indie space. Yeah, so like I just saw industry experts talking nonsense yet again, and it's insane how delusional these people are and disconnected from the market, and then they blame us for quote unquote being harmful to the industry. The industry they basically trample all over and abuse essentially. But we, the consumers, are the problem. Fuck, I hate that word. It's always consumers. It's not customers, it's consumers. So yeah, Xbox is laying off a bunch of people again across studios. And the worst part of it again is that there's a bit of truth in it, right? Like some of the studios that are being discussed, I mean, truthfully, they haven't been doing well. Let's see. There was one video that I wanted to look at. Let me screen here. Let me go to the side here. Put it like that, I guess. And my audio, my browser. Yeah, this one. I like Destin. So just to be clear, I'm not talking shit about Destin. Destin is just reporting on the news, and that's all. I just want to watch this video because I started watching a little bit and I saw some things that kind of riled me up, so I stopped watching. Uh, but I like Destin. Destin's great. I know I'm not subscribed here. I have another channel, my personal channel where I follow him, and I obviously it still appears here because I do watch his stuff, even on this account regularly. Not as much as on the other account, but yeah. Yeah, I wanted to see this video, but there was a few things that I really had a problem with that he was outlining. So let's watch this to the end.
Game File offered a little bit more insight into the whole Senua trailer that happened during the Game Awards.
Oh yeah, speaking of, I don't remember like my exact reaction on stream when I was watching this. I don't remember exactly what I said on stream. I do try to be at least somewhat understanding and at least a little bit charitable, with my takes in public. I know I have a potty mouth and I swear a lot, and I have no problem being like confrontational. But generally speaking, I'm only confrontational when somebody attacks me or like does something aggressive, like somebody goes on the attack, right? I have no problem responding back and being aggressive, but I do try to always like not start fights, you know what I mean? I just try to push back on them when they start, or like end them and stuff like that. So I know I'm confrontational generally, but like again, I'm not an ass, like I'm not trying to put down people and for trying something different, even if it's not for me or if I don't like it. So I don't remember exactly what my reaction was for Senua on stream, but I will say one thing that went through my mind at the time was, in my head, was like, what, a third Senua? Like, really? Is this really a thing? A third one? Because I don't remember this being like a very well received game. Like boots on the ground. I mean, not investors, not artistic, right? Because like from an artistic standpoint, I definitely can appreciate what it does, especially the first one. The first one I can kind of understand. The second one, obviously, it wasn't for me, so I didn't play either of them. So like, I'm not going to talk to the quality of it. But from what I understand, the second one wasn't quite as well received as the first one. But even the first one, like excluding which one's good, which one's bad, I don't think they were like really big projects selling well kind of types of games. Like I always was under the impression that these were very niche titles that need a niche budget just to exist, and then maybe they can recoup their losses, maybe, perhaps, probably, hopefully, but like they're not like gonna make gangbusters. So when they announced Senua 3, I was kind of like surprised, like, wait, did this game really do as well, like that well, to like justify a third game in the sequel? Like, I'm all for like individual projects that are artsy or like creative and stuff like that, and I generally think that there's a space to be had where like developers are put on projects just to learn, improve, explore, blah 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 blah, right? Things like that. Smaller projects that are really there to just get those creative juices flowing and like get people into the door, understanding the systems, the programs, stuff like that, or like just creating something that is very different from the usual, just to like try and explore new things, right? Like, I'm all for that. Like, I'm not an investor type that expects every single cent spent needs to be returned fivefold kind of thing. Like, I'm all for the idea of expenditure for the progress and the future, right? Like investing into the improvements, into the evolution, into the next stages, right? But regardless of whether I'm an investor type or not, any kind of investment still needs to be somewhat reasonable, right? Like, you're not just gonna waste a lot of money for nothing, and especially not multiple times. So like, while I don't know how well Senua did overall, I was not under the impression that it was gonna be like this huge game that's gonna, shake things up per se. Beyond just like having a few journalists be extremely excited about it because whatever death protagonist, and it tackles uh, deep uh, themes or whatever, right? And maybe being a niche a game that may be successful, or like is well received for, I don't know, some kind of usability or like accessibility features or something. Like I can see it being like almost like a tech demo that's a little bit more than a tech demo. That's also somebody's kind of like pet project. But like, to see a third one, I'll be honest, I was surprised that that got greenlit. Anyway, that was a huge tangent, but I really wanted to kind of like touch on that because I don't think I did when that happened. But like, I'm surprised they even announced the third one.
And it would appear that Microsoft and Xbox had already planned to close that studio before that trailer was revealed. Idle Sloth has the snippet here. Basically, Microsoft already planned to shut down or split with Ninja Theory when Senna was announced. And here's the excerpt from GameFile, Stephen Totillo's publication. Be sure to check it out. So, long story short, it says most extraordinary, Ninja Theory even debuted a new game, a third Hellblade title called Senua, at the Xbox Game Showcase 2026 on June 7th. By the time that game was revealed, Microsoft had already planned to sunset or split with the studio. The thinking was that the promise of a newly announced game would help draw investor interest in the studio, a source familiar with Microsoft's plans told GameFile. It's unclear if anyone atop Ninja Theory was involved in this plan. Ninja Theory is the one, like, I
Yeah, that
have really
was
close.
this one was very weird. Like, the framing and the information around this is so crazy. Like, I don't like even like whether or not Ninja Theory knew, like leadership knew about this or not. It doesn't really change how fucked up the situation is or the reality around it. In part also because, again, we're talking about the game that wasn't that well received by customers, not consumers, because I know the industry fucking loves that word. We're not consumers, we're customers, first and foremost, right? It wasn't that well received by the customers at large. Like, it had a following, like a niche following, maybe even enough of it to, in 2, 3, 5 years time become a cult classic, as we call them, right? But like, it wasn't a game that would that turned heads. So even if like this idea that, okay, we're gonna use this trailer to draw in investors, I mean, I guess it makes sense because, again, they keep talking. There's this mindset around both gaming and tech at large in the West about like almost kind of making games for investors. Like, you're proposing all of these projects for investors, either kind of like angel investor types for artsy stuff, or just like live service stuff or whatever. But like, it almost feels like they're making these games to convince investors to fund the game to exist, rather to actually make a product to sell to customers. And I guess from that perspective, it makes sense. But like, from a customer's point of view, it's like, who would ever want to buy the studio making Senua 3? Because this isn't the type of game that is commercially viable or in demand, for that matter. Like, what? How is this? How is this logic came to be?
Or look at their finances, because it's the only one of these closures that doesn't make complete sense to me. When you look at their earnings, like before they released Hellblade, they were making money because they rent out the area to do motion capture and such, and they're in a really unique spot. So
I mean, I
I
guess
would have
that
thought that
that
if you're
can.
making a profit when you have no games released over several years, I would have thought that maybe that would work to their advantage, but apparently not. So
That's also a weird thing. Like, you'd expect it because of that unique circumstance. At the very least, they would be kept around because, I mean, you'll still need those spaces for motion capture and whatnot. I don't know. Like I'm at the stage where Microsoft baffles me, and it's not even just Microsoft. It's Microsoft. It's Sony. It's Western development in general. It's American development. It's European development to an extent. It feels like the West has kind of lost the plot when it comes to like what sustainable business means. Because there's nothing sustainable about the Western's practices when it comes to AAA. Like there's absolutely nothing sustainable about this. It's growth driven madness.
As you know, Double Fine, Ninja Theory, and a few others are trying to figure out how they spin out from Xbox.
Yeah.
Currently, Arcane is on that list. That is the one that we haven't really heard concrete details about, but there are several that I've talked about in other videos. I'll link to them at the end of this one. This one sort of stings. They have a pretty storied history of some pretty fantastic games, but it is clear that
What other
financially
games
they're
did
not
Ninja
moving the
Theory
needle the
make?
way that they needed to. There was this
Theory.
post from Rafael Colantonio. You might remember him from Arcane. He said the
I'm
following.
pretty sure Ninja Theory had some good ones, right? Kung Fu Chaos, Heavenly. Oh, they did Heavenly Sword, Enslaved Odyssey. Oh, and DMC Devil May Cry. Okay, and Hellblade. I mean, I guess they had some interesting games, not necessarily like blockbuster, but like yeah. Uh, uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't really see anything from the studio that I would consider like a breakout success. Like Heavenly Sword was cool, but like more of a cult classic than like an industry, amazing project or anything. Enslaved Odyssey is the same. It has some really interesting things. It does some really cool things. And I think it was a good game. But again, that's 2007, 2010. Then there was DMC Devil May Cry, which, again, it was a thing. Let's leave it at that. Fight Back, iOS, Android, doesn't matter. Disney Infinity, Marvel Superheroes, okay, toy stuff, whatever. Disney Infinity 3.0, Dex, and then, yeah, it was maybe Hellblade, Senua, Hellblade Senua, Bleeding Edge, okay, multiplayer online battle arena, again, trend chasing, and then Senua, and then Senua. And it's like, and the worst part is that I'm not even against these types of companies and studios that make smaller games. It's just like the budget needs to be more mindful, but it feels like the West has lost its fucking mind, especially, following the pandemic and the crypto boom and, the bubble with like, um, video cards, and then after that, now with AI and like RAM and all that kind of stuff, like the trend chasing and all of that has basically morphed the whole industry into a gluttonous, bottomless pit beast that doesn't actually care about what's happening so much as it wants to continue gorging on things to grow bigger, kind of thing. It's just
Video
disgusting,
game
honestly.
is art, except it is subject to the most brutal rules of the world. It needs to be sustainable from its sales, and that's fine. The problem is when the business world expects 10x or 100x so they can pay huge bonuses to an army of execs who don't contribute to anything. I can
Yeah.
understand his frustration about what is happening in the industry, and he is right. There are a lot of executives that make a lot of money. However, this is in response to video games are not a charity, and they aren't art you hang up in a museum. We don't have billionaire patrons who pay $200 million for a vanity project. These
Yeah.
things need to be commercially viable, but too many in the enthusiast media, influencers among them, have spent so long tearing everything down, DLC, microtransactions, loot boxes, AI, etc., that they've created a huge rift between the economics of the industry.
This is the part where I lost it in this video. Seeing this JP Callum's synesthesia JP guy's comments completely fucking lose the plot. Like, you can't get any more corporate bootlicker than this. It's like, it's completely missing the forest for the trees. People don't have a problem with DLC, microtransaction, loot boxes, AI, etc. in the sense of, oh, we do not want these to exist under any circumstance ever, never even imagine doing any of these things ever. Let's turn back time 20 years before any of this happens. That is just the kind of like thing that only an idiot like this guy could take away, because he's intentionally trying to push this idea that, again, you're not supposed to, care about the consumer.
And player expectations. So tell me, who is going to buy a business running at 3% contribution margin? That is terrible. I wouldn't invest in it. If Xbox is like, hey, give us $100 and we can give you $103 back, but we might give you $80 back. How does that sound? That sounds like a terrible deal.
I mean, it is, but the problem here isn't just the investment theory. The problem is, what is money invested in? Because for the last few years, we've seen almost everybody fucking flock to live service type games in order to make X amount return on investment. And then, all of the investment on anything else that's more sustainable dry up because, again, the potential to make 10x like Fortnite. So it's like, yeah, there's a 3% return on investment, which is bad, but that's only because you're exacerbating the whole process by raising the bottom. Like, your expectations are going up, you're asking for more, you're trying to make more without understanding what the actual customers want. You're just trying to make more for the sake of, selling more, but you're misunderstanding the type of market you're operating in. You're treating it like retail in the sense of like, quantity, you're selling a lot of things, therefore low margins are fine, when in reality, gaming isn't that type of market. Like, there's a degree of it, yes, in the sense of like, you're dependent on volume, right? But that's not what the customers are coming for, because it's entertainment. It's very subjective. It's not like I need a game the same way I need to buy toilet paper, or I need to buy potatoes to make food, or I need a light bulb in order to have light in my house. It's a commodity, and commodities do not follow that same trend. You need higher return on investments than those, for starters, but that also means understanding what the market wants in order to supply what's actually in demand. If you're making games nobody wants, or very few people want, then of course your margins are bad, especially for some of these big companies. So you're wasting money on games nobody actually wants, and then you're saying, yeah, our business as a whole has a 3% contribution margin. Whose fault is it? You've been investing in games that nobody asked for, and now games that actually do well will be staying around for sure, to some extent, but even then. We've seen commercial success and studios still getting close, so that's not a guarantee. And every other game that is like not actually in demand for the industry, now all of a sudden the studios are getting closed. Good in a sense, because it was supposed to happen sooner rather than later. In this case, it's later. But it's also misunderstanding the core of the problem. It's like, people are not buying Senua. Therefore, we need to monetize the game more with the DLCs and microtransactions to make up for the margins, because people are not buying the game, so we need to monetize people more. You're missing the point. Nobody wants to buy Senua. Like, broadly speaking, in terms of like, what we're talking about here, like the the unit economics that are needed. Like, nobody's buying the game. You're making a game nobody's asking for. And then when you do finally make a game that we're somewhat interested in, you manage to ruin it by over monetizing it. It's not that you're monetizing it. It's not that you're trying to make profit off of it. It's not that you're trying to just increase your profit margins slightly. You're blowing it out of proportions. You're turning a game that should cost $60, $70, $80 to make, to sell kind of thing to a person. You're turning it into 100, 120, 150, 200 transaction because of DLC, microtransaction, loot boxes, and other bullshit. So let's be fair here in our analysis. You're trying to blame us customers for not being receptive to these monetization practices, while also dismissing the fact that the reason you're making these monetization practices is because you're chasing a trend. You're trying to milk us harder because you saw that we are willing to spend the money if you're putting out a good product. But no, you're gonna blame us for not being receptive to these things, and it's our fault.
Lost making studios open. You face this gorgeous idea of AA where everyone just says clear obscure and then can't see anything else, magically starts printing money.
This is such bullshit again. It's piece by piece. Like, this person's fucking disconnected. But they're a 22-year-old industry veteran, right? This guy is so up his own ass, smelling his own farts, that he lost the plot completely. Like, nobody's saying, where everyone just says clear obscure and then can't say anything. We can say a lot of things about AA. It's not just clear obscure. It's just that you are following these type of like talking points to downplay everything else people are saying and reduce it to almost like a absurd type of argument to reinforce your position. Oh, those people are stupid. All they know is clear obscure Expedition 33. They keep repeating that. They don't like microtransaction. They're constantly complaining about it. When the reality is, you're making shit nobody's asking for. You're investing money in projects and properties that don't actually have market viability. You're doing it chasing a goose because you're up in your own world, La La Land, thinking you're gonna be able to manufacture the golden goose, when anybody with any kind of like check for reality can tell you, you don't make the golden goose. The golden goose gets born like magic, accidentally. It's not something you genetically engineer and build. And then they expect us to subsidize their delusions. No, we're not.
Everyone would already be doing it. The industry needs to reset its cost structures, and to do so, it's going to incur a lot of pain on places that don't actually make money. And you'll need to put a mirror in front of yourselves when you ask why, because you'll be staring right at a big reason.
No, you're staring at the big reason and you refuse to accept it. You refuse your own mistakes. As usual, the top brass, the people in charge, the people at the top, the people most entrenched or that have worked in those kinds of positions are again delusional, ignoring everything and blaming us, the customers, for not wasting our money on products that we don't fucking want. No, we don't need to look in a mirror and ask ourselves why. You need to look in a mirror and ask yourself why we're not willing to waste our money on the shit you're wasting your money on. Because you're wasting your money on shit that nobody wants, and you expect us to subsidize your dumb ideas. Fucking imbecile.
You've taken a particular glee at tearing down the industry over the past 3 to 5 years.
And we will continue to do so until imbeciles like you realize and wake up to the reality of your own shortcomings. You're just going to fire everybody that makes this industry. You're just going to reallocate resources to things that don't actually build this industry, only your bottom line. And then you blame us when we stop wasting our money on things that you want us to waste our money on. Go fuck yourself, GP Callums.
And now you are surprised at what you see. I think it is totally reasonable to tear down an industry that has made monetization their best practice
I
and
agree.
has self-admittedly overhired during the COVID era
That
and put
too.
the onus of retaining that staff on the player versus on making great games. Now, this is about Arcane, but if you remember, Arcane's founder left because Bethesda did not want to do the kind of games that we wanted to make, and that's how it ended up with Redfall. But at the same time, Redfall devs reportedly hoped it would be canceled or rebooted by Microsoft. So we're in this situation where you've been purchased by a mega company for billions of dollars, and then the mega company is saying, hey, your last game over the last 7 or 8 years, we've been funding your studio for multiple millions of dollars, hasn't been profitable. Unfortunately, like this, it's just not sustainable, and that it's bad. It's going to get really, really bad because I think a lot more studios than people recognize are in that position. But if you want to talk
Yeah.
about making video games of art when you have development studio,
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like that's the part that pisses me off so much. It's like AAA doesn't like when it comes to AAA, to these bigwigs and stuff, to people in tech, it's not about sustainability. They never stop at sustainability. It's not about making profit margins that make you sustain yourself and actively grow slowly, right? It's not, oh, we're gonna uh, look for investor money in order to make this game on a reasonable budget in a reasonable timeline in order to hopefully return investment on this thing to then hopefully, grow out of this, reach a point of sustainability where we can pay off our investors to an extent, but also, again, maybe make enough money to start working on the next project, right? That's never like the goal, so to speak. It's we reach that point, and now we're gonna look to investors to give us even more money so that we can grow bigger. We make, our one team is now two teams, and now we're building two games, and then we try to constantly exponentially grow and like get more money to grow bigger, to make bigger games. It's never about sustainability. It's always about this constant idea of growth, both with investors and some of these developers in AAA studios that are like looking to cater to investors. That's the problem. AAA is not about the customer, it's about the investor. And when your whole business model and your whole reason of existing is just to please the investors, well, your studio's on a timer. I'm sorry, that is the reality of things. Yes, it sucks when people get laid off, and I hate it, but it's also expected at this point because you're not actually building a studio for sustainability. You're not building a studio for independence. You're not building a studio for the idea of continued production. You're building a studio for an investor to convince them to give you money, and then you make a game that the investors want, not what the players want. So at that point, you're going to make the game that the investors want or expect, whatever you sold them on. It's not hitting the market the way it should. People are not interested. They're not buying it. Your game flops. And guess what? Now the investors no longer give you money. Duh, obviously. Studio shuts down. Makes sense. But the problem here isn't that people aren't buying the game. It's that you're basically creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're excluding the customer from the equation in order to play a game with the investor. You're playing a game of chicken with the investor. Can you convince the investor to give you money long enough for you to make a product so that you can, I don't know, have a job, I guess, for the next few years? It's almost like the purpose isn't to make a studio that's going to last. It's put a team together that's going to be around long enough to ship a project, and in the process give some people some jobs. And that's fine, like as far as I'm concerned, as like a regular person, that's fine. But at that point, you kind of just have to understand that you're on a timer, and when you see your project is reaching its end, you got to start looking for the next one. That's just it. Like your studio is not going to be around once this game is ready to ship. and you're already polishing your CV and looking for the next one, because that's the only way it works. If you're dealing with investors, you're not going to have a studio once the project ships.
Who were hoping that they would cancel your project. Why did the studio leadership not cancel the project? Why do you need Microsoft to tell you that the game nobody wants to make in your own studio, the game that your studio is hoping gets canceled? Like, why not just cancel it?
That's the problem, because leadership thinks the same in these companies. That's why they also wanted to get bought by Microsoft or Sony or whatever. Like this, that's what I'm saying. It's the investor mentality. Like the people in charge at that studio didn't want to cancel the game because they're trying to sell an idea to the other investors and the other people like them. They thought they can make another, again, Fortnite type game that's going to be monetized and going to make the crazy returns and all of that kind of stuff. While the people making the game were sitting there, this is not going to work. And I've seen this happen over and over again, even at the companies that I worked at. You have people, boots on the ground, seeing the problems, identifying the problems, bringing up the problems, trying to look for solutions, and then somebody at the top ignores every problem or comes up with a solution that doesn't actually fix any kind of problem. And everybody at the bottom is saying, okay, great, now we're going to have to deal with this fucking problem for God knows how long. And then somebody at the top is going to come in and say some bullshit about how, like, we need to be like a family and pivot together and like be agile and like understand the market conditions, and we need to be swift about it, and we need to work through these hard times together. All the while they'll lay off all the people that made your company even exist in the first place. And then the problem still doesn't get solved. It just gets replaced with a different problem. Everybody's getting overworked. Everybody spends more hours than there are in a day trying to keep up with all of the workload while trying to do what they have to do, plus all the bullshit that management wants to change. Everything gets changed and nothing gets solved. And now you deal with two problems instead of one. And people are stuck there trying to fix two types of problems. And then management comes in with a fucking idea at the top again, trying to change everything again. That's just what happens when you're dealing with investors and investor mentalities.
I mean, that's the question that I would ask. I would want to understand how you get in a position where you've been paid billions of dollars for your studio, and then
leadership, bad leadership,
not making games you're happy with.
Tech entirely, not just gaming, but tech as a whole has a leadership problem. We have extremely bad leaders, and I hesitate to even call them leaders at this point because they do anything but lead. But yeah, like, we lack good leaders in this industry, because when everything is investor focused and investor driven, you don't have leaders. You have ringleaders at best, if you wanna go that way, right? If we're making word puns here, you don't have leaders. You have ringleaders, just people that ring everyone together and like whip them into the right direction. That's all you have. We don't have leadership at these companies. You have investors, like there was the news the other day with fucking Oasis trying to tell Kadokawa to like self-publish, completely ignoring the realities of self-publishing and some of the risks involved with that, and why Kadokawa even considers the option of publishing through, like, you know, putting their games out through other publishers, right? Splitting costs, splitting risk, you know, getting resources from a different, you know, avenue, or reducing their own costs by, you know, giving away a little bit of their own profits in order to ensure both profitability long term, sustainability, but also diminish, you know, and reduce risks. No, Oasis is fucking stupid as always, comes in and says, well, you could make more money if you self-published, completely ignoring the realities of, you know, the flops and the failures and stuff like that, and how a game that currently in a split model with a publisher potentially makes you money, now that you're self-publishing, now all of a sudden that's no longer profitable. Because again, those costs exist both in-house and outside. So by bringing it all in-house, you're increasing both the risks and the costs. It's not just pure profits because self-publishing is magically better. But again, some people in these leadership positions are not focused on providing value for customers. They're not focused on building sustainable business models. They're not focused on building long-term companies. It's again, it's the tech talk, pump and up bullshit. It's like you spin up a company, you convince some investors to give you money, you sell them on an idea, you tell the investors what they want to hear, you make the game that the investors want to hear about. It doesn't work, and then the studio gets closed. But hey, at least you worked on the game and you got a paycheck for the next 5 years, and somebody at the top got an even bigger paycheck. But that's all there is. It's gone afterwards because it's not built to be sustainable. It's built to satisfy investor desire.
And then you're making a game that nobody wants to make. Like it's just a terrible situation to be in, right?
Yeah.
I don't really understand how you end up there. And I
Oh,
imagine what
I
Osh
perfectly
is doing
understand.
right now in my video. Like I totally understand the human aspect of this. It's really really unfortunate that a lot of people are about to lose their job. But I've seen a lot of conjecture about like, oh, Microsoft is so in this situation because of hardware. They're in this situation because of X, Y, Z, and
I mean,
there's
it's
like
multiple
no
factors.
responsibility whatsoever on the studios or the game that the studios are making.
Well, no, it's more on the leadership, right? Because especially in this case, Microsoft is in a unique situation where, like, again, Xbox is part of Microsoft, and a lot of the problems that Xbox is suffering from are problems caused by Microsoft and like the bigger companies, like your Nvidias and stuff like that around AI. So like you're sabotaging one aspect of your business through your other business. And in the process, again, in the process of chasing money, like if you put it on paper, it makes perfect sense, right? You have gaming, which is a subdivision that makes fuck all for money. Even if it is profitable, it doesn't even come close and comparable to your big business. You're going to invest a lot more money in the big business. You're going to see even bigger returns on that big business. And all of a sudden, it's fine to negatively impact your smaller sub business with Xbox because your big one gets even bigger. Like on paper, it makes sense, but what you've done in the process is you've sabotaged your own other arm. It's like the whole fapping meme where like one arm is super bulky, you have this arm that's like 3 times the size, and you have this other arm that's super fucking skinny. You need both arms to be bulky, not just one. So basically, Microsoft is indirectly killing its own Xbox division through its Microsoft business practices. And then they're kind of going like, oh, well, we have to do something to, build up our second arm that you've been neglecting for the past 5 years. It's like, yes, it makes sense, but also it's your fault.
Like, say what you will about South of Midnight, it won a ton of awards. It hit a major sales milestone. It's actually not a sales milestone. It's a player's milestone. The big milestone back in May 2nd of 2025 was that it hit 1 million players. We don't actually know if South of Midnight was profitable from a business standpoint. And now that Osh is going in, and she's not as thrilled probably about a player's metric or whatever math they did to make Game Pass seem viable. But when you look at the game, we only have really one data point that we can look to. We can look to SteamDB, right? It had a peak of 1,438 players.
Yeah.
Granted, this is obviously released on Game Pass and via the Xbox app, and it is 28 players right now. Outer Worlds 2 peaked by comparison, and this was the game that they tried to make $80, then reduced to $70. It peaked at 18,251 players, and it has 271 players right now. Avowed was actually higher than Avowed was higher than Outer Worlds 2. Outer Worlds 2 had a ton of marketing behind it. I don't think Avowed did. It peaked at 19,198 and it's 300.
And this is everything. Like some of these projects, in theory, should have been fine. Avowed, Outer Worlds 2, South of Midnight, all of these projects, in theory, should have been fine to greenlight and publish all the way through. But the development costs and the kind of like the general scope of it should have been reduced. Like you still have the same game idea, you have the same story, the same general beats to it, but again, you reduce the scope a little bit. Maybe you reduce some of the graphical overhead or like the kind of like this quote unquote vision right, that you're going for in terms of presentation a little bit. Reduce maybe some of that high fidelity stuff in some cases. Obviously, it doesn't apply quite as much to these three games because they're not going the hyper realist route, but they still are to an extent. Like you still saw some of the mocap in Avowed and Outer Wilds and stuff. So like maybe you reduce some of that overhead a little bit, maybe reduce a little bit of the scope on some of the things. Like maybe you don't have, I don't know, 50 side quests, you only have 20 side quests. You just reduce some of this stuff, to make it more compact a little bit. And that way you increase your odds of making a profit on it. And even if you fall short, you can still recoup those losses from another game or another studio, right? Because the main issue with Xbox right now is the 3% margins, right? But that's for the whole business. It's not for one individual studio or another. And if they manage their budgets properly on a per game situation, then every flop would be less of a burden and every success would end up being a bigger success because of the budget limitations. But instead, these companies keep chasing higher fidelity, higher scope, bigger, bigger, bigger. Everything blows out of proportion. Then you also have to monetize it on top because you spent more money making the game, you spend more money developing everything, you've increased the scope, so now you have to recoup your losses. So now you end up with bullshit like advanced editions that give you 3-day early access, and now you have to add other bullshit like DLCs that nobody actually wants just to hopefully make some of that money back. It's all backwards. You're not adding value through your DLCs. You're using the DLC as a sort of hostage situation to recoup your costs. So of course, then when something fails, it fails horribly.
One players right now. Hellblade 2, by comparison, no marketing for this game. Like nothing was pushed for Hellblade 2 until the last few days before release. It peaked on Steam at 3,982 with a peak of 70. And here's the wild thing. Redfall was almost double what Hellblade 2 was. It's 6,124 players on Steam and 8 players right now. These are there's a significant problem with the math there. You can look at the
that's what it comes down to, the math.
On Steam, and the top seller out of all of those, let's see where it ended up on the sales chart. The top seller, this is where it gets kind of crazy. So South of Midnight was in number 986 on top sellers. Hellblade 2 was 747. I don't understand how that works, but none of this math makes sense, and none of it probably results in an overall profit in projects that took, let's say, 6 to 8 years to make these games. Hundreds of millions of dollars, tons of overhead. And a lot of people are like, well, why would Microsoft close the studios outright? Like, why wouldn't they want them to spin off? Personally, I hope that...
Okay, here you go. How much did it cost to develop Legends EA? According to estimated development budget, this figure was revealed during internal Game Freak data leaks and is notably low for a major AAA title. 2 billion yen, 13 million US dollars. Making the game profitable after selling only around 200,000 copies. This is what I'm talking about. Legends EA is, by all accounts, from what I'm hearing, because I haven't actually played it myself yet, to be fair, right? Not that great of a game. Like, it's okay, it's not special, it's not amazing, it's not the next big thing, but it's okay. Obviously, Nintendo's a little bit of a different situation, but I'll get to that point in a moment. Game was made on a shoestring budget compared to most things nowadays, what is considered AAA. This is basically a AA title for all intents and purposes. The game needed to sell 200,000 copies to break even. This is pure profit. Why? Because they invested smartly in this thing. Now, you can, as a customer, you can absolutely complain that, hey, they were skimping on it. They could have spent a little bit more money and make it better and polished it more and blah, 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 blah. I'm all with you on that side of things once I play it and I can ascertain if that's true or not. But, like, hypothetically speaking. I get it, right? You want a little bit more care and value put it, but bottom line is this is sustainable. And more importantly, this builds catalog. And this is what I mean. Xbox can absolutely exist and make money by having titles that are quote unquote not profitable. If they have a decent budget to it, a reasonable budget to it, and it falls short, it's fine because the game cost, 20 million to make instead of fucking 200 like it is with California and shit, right? So you build studios in different places, you reduce a little bit of that overhead, you make smaller scoped projects, and you make something more reasonable that can actually break even. But more importantly, and this is the key takeaway for whatever you want to say about Legends EA's quality, they made a game that people actually liked and wanted. It might not have been everything they wanted and expected, but it was a game they wanted, and they went and bought it. How many copies did Legends DA sell? Obviously, this is an edge case, but I'm trying to illustrate a point here. This was a title that wasn't even one of the big ones, that wasn't the quote-unquote system seller, and it still managed to sell 12 million copies. And this is what I mean. This game made fuck tons of profit. Why? Because it was made on a reasonable budget. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, business can function in gaming just fine if your business structure makes sense and is sensible. And even if Legends EA was a complete flop, right? Remember, it cost 13 million to make, and it needed 200,000 copies to sell in order to break even. Even if they didn't sell these many copies, like ignore the fuck ton of sales that they sold, right? Ignore these 12 million. If they sold only these 0.3 or even less than this, and this game was a failure, a flop, they would have lost money on it. They would have lost a little bit of money on it. And then they would have made it all back with some of the other titles, while this game adds a +1 to the catalog of games you can play on the Switch that is appealing. Again, that's the important part. It appeals to somebody, as evidenced by the copies sold, right? It appeals to a lot of people. People actually want to play this game, even if they don't buy it day one and they wait for a sale or whatever. This game would recoup its costs within the first 6 months of the release because it's properly budgeted. This is what I'm talking about. You can build portfolio with this. You make pure profit off of this game after the first few months. And if you're quote unquote lucky, not that it matters much when your budget is this small, right? If you're lucky, you have a breakout success like this, and you have pure profit for the next 2 fucking years, or 3 years, or 4 years, because this game is going to continue to sell. It did not reach its end cycle. It just started, essentially. You just have to be a little bit more mindful about how you're spending your money. You don't have to spend 300 million. Like, the idea that they spent over 300 million on Spider-Man 2 baffles me. Like, it is fucking insane. You have Spider-Man 1 as your basis. You already have all the resources, the world built, everything. Why the fuck would you need to spend 10 times what you spent on the first one? Because I think the first one cost... How much did the first one? It was like 30, 40 million, wasn't it? How much did it cost to develop Spider-Man 1 PS4? Approximately 100 million. Okay, fair. It was more than I remembered. It was a third. But my point kind of still stands, right? They spent 100 million to build the first game. The second game, technically, logically, it should reuse a lot of the assets. The world building, the systems, all of that kind of stuff. The second game should not, by any means, cost more to make than the first one. Because you're reusing half the fucking world. Like, sure, you're making new assets, I get that. But you only end up with a 300 million budget if you basically throw all of this out the window and you waste money rebuilding it all from scratch. Like, there's this idea that gamers hate reused content or like reused assets. Because it used to be the case that people were like constantly complaining about, oh, they're just reusing assets. But the problem isn't the reusing of the assets, it's how you reuse them, right? If you just have 2 games or 3 games where you're fighting the exact same enemies in the exact same circumstances, then yeah, it's kind of boring. But you don't have to do that. You can change their clothes. You can, because again, a humanoid's a humanoid's a humanoid, okay? You're not gonna fucking change completely everything about that humanoid. All you have to maybe do is change one or add one new animation. You can reuse the old model, add to it one new attack pattern. It's a new enemy. You've reused 90% of your assets, but it still feels new. And that's the problem that these companies don't understand, especially these Western companies. They're wasting resources and they expect us to pay for those wasted resources. And there's just not enough people to subsidize these types of mistakes.
All of these developers and all of these people get another chance at bat, that they are able to go independent and then figure out their way from there, right? And the problem is, I think no matter what, there's going to be an impact. And it's because, 4 years ago, we were seeing an 18% increase in hardware sales. The gaming branch of Xbox did 16 something billion dollars. Sorry. Like, they were posting good numbers. Now they're not. They can't make the console. Nobody's going to be able to make a console in the near future. There's PlayStation hard drives that just went on sale, I was posting about today. They are priced on the low end at nearly $400 for 1 terabyte. That is one component of a computer, as an example. $400 just for the M2 drive. It's just wild. Now, Sean Layden also sort of chimed in here. I've seen this one making the rounds. I just wanted to bring it up really quick. Tag Kelly, CEO of TK Game Design. The Xbox identity crisis will continue until morale improves. We've had a new CEO after previous leadership was beheaded, a rebrand that was kind of just the old brand, a reaffirmation of expensive Helix, a claim that hardware can't be expensive to win. I mean, that one's right.
Yeah.
A claim that 30% margin is done, a claim that 3% margin is trouble. That's true. 3% margin. A 3% margin is catastrophic.
I mean, it is, but
you could have just left your money in the bank. And
yeah, no, like I get it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're being reasonable, right, with our takes, because again, my point is always, let's be reasonable about it, right? 3% is absolutely abysmal. I agree. It shouldn't even be in the discussion to be this low. But at the same time, we have to identify the actual causes, the actual problems in order to remedy this. And every single time when it comes to these business people, they always misattribute the problem. They always misidentify the issue. And they always try to correct the wrong mistakes. That's why you end up with the 3%. It's not because it's impossible to make money in AAA, like some people are trying to make it sound like it's so difficult to make money. It's so difficult to make these games. It's so expensive. It takes so long. It's like, yes, but also no. Like, you're setting yourself up for failure and then going, see, I failed. Like, of course. It's the bike meme all over again. It's like, you set yourself up for failure, you're gonna fail. Shocker. Duh. Did you learn something from this mistake? Yeah, it was the customer's fault. So what, you're gonna double down on blaming the customer, which you need in order to sell your product? Like, where's the logic here? It's like, understand who you're making games for. Understand why you're making games, why you are in this business. If you're not in this business for the customers, for the entertainment side of it, for delivering a product or an experience that the customer actually wants and is willing to pay for, then don't go into this kind of business. Like, it just, I don't understand AAA. It's so fucking insane how certain things should be obvious and clear and straightforward, and Western AAA always finds a way to misrepresent it. And I'm genuinely frustrated because I worked with these types of people for years, and every single time it's the same type of conversation. And whenever I see a video like this, I'm not just seeing something abstract that I don't understand, that I don't relate to. It's something that brings flashbacks that happened over and over and over and over and over again. It's not the first time. It's been happening constantly, every single year for decades. And the same mistakes keep happening and get repeated. And especially in the last 10 years, like the last 10 years, I've seen the same conversations happen every year, like 3-4 times. The number of times I've seen something, like a problem, I've identified a problem, I've raised the problem, I documented the problem, I've raised it to the right department, and nothing was done about it. Only for 3 months or 4 months or 6 months later, somebody to come to me and tell me, hey, did you know about this thing? Why didn't you tell me about this thing? Only to fucking search for it, copy paste or like screenshot the thing that I said 3 months ago or 6 months ago and tell them, I already fucking told you. Oh, well, I need to look into it. And then it will be like, well, it's not a priority, or we're going in a different direction, or we need to find a cheaper solution, or whatever. And the problem gets left on the table, essentially. And then a few months later, we have the same song and dance again. For years, the same fucking problem stays unfixed for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years. And it's brought up again and again and gets ignored again and again. And I'm seeing these types of videos where we're having the same conversations that I've had every single year for the past 10 years. Of course I'm frustrated, because I'm not just frustrated as a customer that, you know, wants to buy games that I like. I'm also frustrated as somebody that has worked in these spaces and was trying to make those types of things, or, you know, put out the type of result or provide the type of service that I as a customer myself would like to see. And I've been ignored time and time again. I'm frustrated on both sides, both as an insider and an outsider.
Guaranteed money, by the way. When I say you would have made 4% on that $100, that is guaranteed no matter what. With Xbox, the $3 margin, you invest $100, you get $3 back. Maybe there is a chance you lose $20. That is not a good bet. You need to have better margins consistently than that. Matthew Ball and some new tech industry hires, a claim about refocusing on core franchises, a showcase of new games, a killing of studios making those games, a claim that gaming is important to Microsoft, a comment that gaming at Microsoft needs to stand alone, and on and on and on. Strategy isn't a collection of contradictory decisions that might matter. That's just tactics. Bob and weave. Let's just get through this. Sad times for Big Green. I do agree on that. It is.
Yeah, no, it's like, this is what I mean. Like it's not. It's lip service.
At the risk of sounding like a hater, which I'm really not, the moves evince a basic misunderstanding of how the interactive entertainment world moves. If you don't, you don't. So IYKYK, I don't know what that means.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
If you don't, you don't. And then hard agree. So he's criticizing that. There's a basic misunderstanding of how the medium works. Sean Layden has been consistently critical of Game Pass. He's been critical of Xbox repeatedly. Apparently, you've seen
this as well, both at Nintendo and Sony. You had people in leadership that understood this medium, and they got laid off. Nintendo, for better or worse, I mean, I couldn't criticize them too much. They make dumb decisions left and right like everybody else, but again, I don't expect perfection out of any company, okay? I'm not some delusional kid that was born yesterday that expects everything to work perfectly, right? Nintendo's not perfect, but Nintendo understands the value of the people they have in charge, the value of building, nurturing, growing. They have games that are small in scope. They have games that appeal to certain demographics and they're built on budgets that make sense. Their portfolio keeps growing with the games that they might not be for me, but they are for somebody else. That is something that you cannot take away from Nintendo. You look at Sony, you look at Xbox, these people do not know what it means to be an entertainment business.
Sharma or Asha Sharma invited him to a call, but I don't know where that puts them today. And
you have people that have no idea how this works.
Because I know what people are going to say, like it's a deflection or whatever. But all of this turmoil is happening at Xbox. We're talking about financials and what makes sense, and it's the math also isn't mathing over at Bungie. Bungie is reporting.
Oh no, for sure not. Sony's also fucked. Sony also has made a crap ton of fucking bad decisions, especially since they replaced, their old guard leadership. It's been one travesty after another. Both Sony and Xbox, like from the big console manufacturers, Nintendo's the only one that does things right in terms of like making games, okay? Because we're talking about making games here and like that kind of is. Nintendo has other problems with their lawsuits and other stupid things on the side, okay? I'm not gonna pretend Nintendo's perfect, right? But specifically where we're talking about this aspect, right, of making games, budgeting games, making a sustainable business, right? This aspect of it. Nintendo is doing things right. Sony, Xbox, they're off in fucking La La Land. I have no idea what Sony's... And before anybody says, okay, I'm not an Xbox hater, but I admit I'm also not an Xbox fan. I haven't had any Xbox consoles or anything. But I used to be a big Sony fan. I have right here in my room, I've said it before, I have a PS3, I have a PS4, I have a PS Vita, I have a PS TV, I have everything. And while I don't no longer have a PS1 and 2 here in my room right now, and a Vita, I played on those systems as well, either from other family members, or I've been a PS fan for a long time because of the games and the value. PS5, I didn't buy. Why? Because it was bad value and almost none of the games that came to PS5 were interesting to me specifically. I'm not going to say all of their games were bad. There were some good games, absolutely. There are some games that I would have liked to play, but by and large, PS5 as an era has nothing for me. Almost everything, again, I emphasize, almost everything in the PS5 era that I'm interested in playing is not exclusive to PlayStation. And the number of games that are exclusive to PlayStation are either A, not games that I'm super obsessed about playing, like I'm not gonna go out of my way to buy a PlayStation 5 for like one or two games that I want to play. And beyond those two games, the console is getting more expensive year by year. Like, I'm sorry. If I'm gonna spend $1,000 on a console, I'd better have at least 20 games that I want to play on your ecosystem. Not one, not two, not three, 5, 10, 20. I look at this Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo Switch 2 is a better value than PS5. In part because the Switch is half the price of a fucking PS5. In part because it has games that I'm interested in playing. Both games that I'm extremely interested in playing, but also games that I'm kind of like, I mean, if I have a Switch 2, I'll probably buy it and play this game as well. Because now that I have a Switch 2, I can justify it, I wouldn't buy a Switch 2 for this game or this game, but if I already have it, I'll play these games, You know what I mean? Like, there's enough there for me to justify purchasing a Switch 2, even at its increased cost, which I fucking hate, because again, prices are supposed to go down with these things, not up, but whatever, right? Even with its increased price, I can still justify a Switch 2. I cannot, under any reasonable circumstance, justify a PS5. It's just insane. And it's even worse for Xbox. Although it's technically better for Xbox in my case, because most of their games that are console exclusive are not PC exclusive, so I can play most of their Xbox games on PC without dealing with the Xbox ecosystem. So it's, a little bit different there. But like, it's insane.
100 staff in summer layoffs. That's like 50% of its workforce. So this layoff Ubisoft had layoffs. There's going to be
Every company has layoffs at this point.
At Xbox.
Like I said, the expiration date.
It doesn't stop though, and Paul Tassi is saying, I don't want to commit to a percent, but it's going to be significant. They don't have a greenlit new project, and they can hardly throw 400 more devs on Marathon. You will also see some leadership/OGs leave, I believe, in July, which is when Sony deal cash vests for many of them. So, look, either you're going to see people leaving from Bungie in the near future because apparently they're cutting half of the staff, or in July, like, would you stick around if you had millions of dollars waiting for you and all you have to do is leave in July? It's like put in your 2 weeks, and you get $400 million. I don't know how much it is, but it's like multiple millions of dollars. And they
obviously
fired half the people. I don't know what Bungie looks like. I don't know what Xbox looks like, but I know that, and I know this is more of a rambly video. All of this sort of kicked off about all these little stories happening and thinking about the math of it all. It sucks.
Yeah, no,
it's a really bad situation.
It's bad.
4 years
it's
ago,
really bad.
PlayStation was booming, Xbox was booming, and now we're in this situation.
Yeah, but that's one thing that I kind of don't like. It's like the focus on the 5 years ago, like the pandemic / immediate post-pandemic period. That was the exception to the rule, and obviously anybody that half a brain knows that was the thing. But like, this issue has been a thing for the past 10 years or so when it comes to both Xbox and Sony. Like, from around 2015, 16, 17, give or take, your mileage may vary. Some people will say it started in 2014. Some people will say it's 2015, 16, whatever. Whichever year you want to go about it, it's in that ballpark. It's in the 1 decade ago period time frame kind of space. This has been a downhill trend for Xbox and PlayStation from around that period. And then they had the pandemic happen, which helped them a lot, which masked a lot of the downfall. It made it seem like, oh, well, now good, whatever we were doing, it finally paid off or whatever. They took all the wrong lessons because of the pandemic. And then they doubled down on it. And then they realized, oh, no, wait, actually, the free fall that we were on before, it's still there. It's still happening. It's still going down. And except now it looks 2, 3, 4 times as bad because of the pandemic. But it was still in the free fall before it. You just have those 2-ish, 3 years that kind of masked the whole thing to make it seem like, oh, things are better now. No, they weren't. You just got very, very lucky with a unique circumstance that worked in your favor.
Where nobody's going to be making hardware in the near future. They can't afford to. They can't afford to at prices that people are going to buy. They can't afford to make the current hardware at prices that people want to buy. And the current hardware looks pretty damn good if you ask me. I would buy it for like 5 to 10 years on current spec.
No, that's also true.
Years, but like,
at
least 5 more years.
Yeah, I mean, no, even 10 years. I would go that far and say even 10 years. Like, let's be real. We've reached heavy diminishing returns in terms of visual quality, visual fidelity, performance, and all of that kind of stuff. Like, we've reached a certain degree of plateauing, unless we like I don't even fucking know. Like, this isn't even really about technology at this point. It's just in terms of like what you can output that makes sense, right? Like the visual presentation, the fidelity, the realism, all that kind of stuff. Like, we've more or less reached a plateau. The only thing that can make it better is essentially, if we have better hardware in terms of like processing power, simply that you can do more of what we can already do on cheaper systems, right? Like the technology has advanced, you've changed the architecture or things like that to the point where like the new stuff is more efficient to make somehow, therefore it's cheaper, while also starting to again release that whole like climbing up of like efficiency, where you have this new thing that's cheaper to make than the last one while also outputting the same general performance, and therefore we can do more of the same with less, right? That's the only way kind of forward with technology advancements at this point. But in terms of like just what you can get out of games right now, current hardware right now, current technology right now, we've pretty much peaked in terms of like what you can do. Like, realism and fidelity is up there to the limits. Like you can get some, again, confusingly realistic things if you start, flipping all of the switches. It's just that the hardware itself can't handle all of those things just yet. Sometimes you have to make some concessions, and fair enough, right? It is demanding. But for all intents and purposes, even if you take a step down or two steps down from that, right? For the average consumer, again, reminder, newsflash, the vast majority of the world is still using 1080p. I know 1440p is very popular in the US and some places, and in more established and more well-off countries, 1414p and even 4K is a thing. But like the vast majority of the world is still using 1080p, okay? Like let's not forget this thing. We're talking about the vast majority of people still not moving on to 1440, both in terms of cost, but also just there's no really need for it in most general circumstances, right? So you don't even need the best hardware because most people can make use of the best hardware, don't make use of all the resources, and don't even see all of the details, right? So like after a certain point, you're wasting a lot of resources to make something that only a subset of a subset of a subset of people can actually enjoy. That works for sports cars and like, products that are meant to be super exclusive and super niche and super like fancy for people with yachts and businesses that make, $1 million a year and whatever the fuck. But entertainment games, that's kind of almost meant like, I don't want to mean this, in a derogatory sense, but like it's popcorn on a Saturday night watching a movie, right? It's cheap entertainment, right? It's not fucking golf for people with too much money or more money than sense, okay? It's not fucking golf. It's you open a computer, you press some buttons to unwind, relax, and shut off your brain, okay? It's the equivalent of going to the movies and eating popcorn while you point at the camera, right? At the screen, right? It's not high art in that sense, right? You have to sell the copies. You can't make it so expensive and so like demanding that only the people with 4K, will be able to pay for your game. Because again, if you're making those games with 4K in mind and stuff like that, well, then you have to start charging the game in a similar fashion. $100, $200 per game because it's 4K game, right? You have to make it exclusive and fancy, but there's just not enough of a market for that. And you know it. So you spend a lot of resources for something that only a select few people will actually get to use and experience that doesn't actually justify the costs in making that. Because even if you account for, like that slice being just that much percentage on top, you're still spending more than you're actually getting out of those people. So it's like, it's just economics, guys. Come on, this is not rocket science. This is not something that's very hard to figure out. Like, stop spending money on 4K, for instance. Like, genuinely, I'm not joking. Stop wasting money on making 4K textures, 4K resolutions, and trying to do all of that. Like, reduce some of that hyper realism. Go back to something that's, again, realistic but still stylized, right? just to reduce some of that load with pixel counts and polygons. Reduce, go back down a little bit. You're not gonna lose that much because the technology is strong enough. Like you're gonna lose maybe 20% of the realism and 20% of like the top end kind of stuff, but you're gonna actually reduce your cost by like 40%, maybe even more, right? Like just bring it down to earth.
Years on current spec before there's any significant adoption of next gen. And when you look at the sales, a lot of these games, they were made and created at a time when Game Pass was growing. They were made at a time when COVID hit, so spending just went insane. Like nobody's numbers were real or sustainable
Yeah, for
back
sure.
then. Everybody overhired. I mean, Activision overhired before they were even purchased, and Bobby Kotick had to cut 1,000 people from the company. And all of this is to say that like I don't think anybody wants to see the human impact of it.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And unfortunately, this is the ripping off of the band-aid, and I think that band-aid is going to get ripped off across the industry. Like we're seeing it at Xbox,
Yeah, no, for sure.
we're going to see it at PlayStation. I think Xbox is going to be a lot more dramatic and drastic because when you compare
Because
the
they're the
overhead
bottom
of
of the barrel
Xbox and
player. Like
Microsoft.
they're the worst player in the market in this competition. Of course, it's gonna hurt them the most because they've probably been outspending Sony at every step of the way. Maybe not completely, but close to, right? Like, yeah, it's difficult to say because Sony's had this whole live service thing that is probably throwing things off in terms of the numbers. But if Xbox wasn't outspending Sony, they were probably around the same place in terms of overall spending, but they were still seeing far less return on that spend than Sony did, at the very least. Like that's the
Off to
most
the overhead
charitable
at
way,
PlayStation,
charitable
you can see
interpretation.
that PlayStation has a smaller overhead and higher profits. Xbox has more staff, a higher overhead and lower profits. So I think it's going to be as I think believe Jason Schreier said it. Xbox of July is going to look a lot different than the Xbox of June. I want to know what is the messaging going to be after June 30th. I want to know that
Mm-hmm.
do it, do the bloodbath, do whatever you're going to do, right? And then let's see what Xbox even is after that, and then move forward. Like that's all you can do. Um, and unfortunately, it's going to be just man. Like I don't even want to think about what it's going to be like after June 30th. All like just the
Mm.
400 devs at Microsoft, plus you have devs from around the world at Xbox. Like the Xbox layoffs are going to be significant. You already have all the layoffs from across the like we have Blue Point close. I've been talking about all these studio closures over the last year, and layoffs from Microsoft earlier. I believe it was last year, and we did the initial video where Asha Sharma and Matt and everybody, I basically just read their letters, and that was the whole video because it was a big day with Phil retiring. The next day I said there's going to be layoffs. There's
Yeah, no, for sure.
none of this math makes any sense anymore. 4 years ago when you were posting 16% growth in the console market and your content and services were growing, that's great. That's not where we are today. You lost millions of people with the Game Pass price increase, millions. And the price adjustment has tweaked that, but does Game Pass even exist after all this? Does Xbox? I think those are the questions a lot of people are asking. Sorry to get a little rambly. It's just like there's a lot on my mind lately about all of this, and it is concerning, and I do wonder what the game industry is going to look like. But just one last thought on Raphael Colantonio's comment. He was a co-founder of Arcane. I just want to say this. I interviewed the That's No Moon devs. Now, these are former Uncharted devs. They worked with Naughty Dog for
Mm.
years, and they're taking a swing at the bat with Crossfire, a game that I think looks really good. I need to get my content out about it. They basically
Mm.
said that in your career in game development, you only get so many times at bat. And I mean, that's true. Let's say a big AAA game takes 7 years to make. How many of those do you got in you? 4, maybe 5 total in your lifetime, because be old and you'll be at retirement age.
Yeah.
Maybe you get a few more, but at some point you either hit that home run or you're out,
Yeah.
or you got to go back to little league and figure out how to make an indie studio again. And it really sucks to think about what that Snow Moon is saying, and I commend them for stepping up to bat and taking another swing. I hope that a lot of these studios can get to a place where they get that opportunity again, be that with a small indie title where they're not hampered by a lot of the larger than life industry leaders that are, now cutting back. But I would also say, if you're thinking about closing your studio and things are going great, why? For a big payday, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So, I mean, you took the payday, but this is what happens, and it sucks. Anyway, I don't know. There's a lot of feelings about the whole situation. And when you look at it, it's just like, okay, so we lost $50 million on Project X, and we lost $40 million on their next project, and then we lost $10 million on their next one. Okay, so we're at negative 80 million. I don't even know what numbers I said. We're at negative 80 million, and now we're at a 3% margin. It's time to make hard calls. And I think that's where Xbox
Well, yeah,
is.
but that they need to make those hard calls before
unfortunate
now. But that's the problem. They've not been making good decisions for so
hit that
long.
Subscribe button, hit that bell, and I could say the same for PlayStation with the Bungie situation.
Yeah, no, it's both Sony and Xbox. Both of them are like in a downward
I
spiral.
could say the same thing about Nintendo with the rising prices of their hardware. It's just a really
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't put Nintendo in the same room with Sony and Xbox right now, because yes, like Nintendo suffers from the same problem in terms of like rising hardware costs specifically, right? But Nintendo is in a much better position compared to those, because for one, the Switch is like half the cost of an Xbox or PlayStation. Actually, I don't know if an Xbox, but those, what's the price of Xbox price? Oh, what are the prices of Xbox? Those are a little bit cheaper, I think, than Sony, right? But those are gonna go up anyway because of the costs as well, right? Okay, so the Series X is about $800-ish, I think, by the looks of it. Xbox. Yeah, or they're about 700-ish. Right, it's a little bit cheaper, but I'm pretty sure it's about the same. PS5, it's I'm just gonna use my local prices just because it makes it a little bit easier to read and understand. For me, but yeah, Xbox is around 700 euros. PS5, again, I'm looking at the latest, right? So the PS5 Pro-ish, that one, I mean, okay, I'll be fair and look at some of the cheaper versions, but I can't justify a Series X over a Series X. Like, you can't. You just have to go for a Series X. Series S is just too much of a bottleneck for the type of console it is specifically, right? Like, yes, it's technically as strong as a Switch 2, blah, 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 doesn't matter. The type of games you're playing on it is different. So you're going for a Series X. That's 700, 100%. For a PS5, okay, maybe you don't go for a Pro, right? Maybe you go for a regular one. A non-Pro version, right? For like a Slim or something. And then maybe you can call it 500 euros, give or take, which is just a smidge more expensive than the Switch 2. But like best case scenario is PS5, right? Like, but even then, again, I'm ignoring the PS5 Pro. I'm going for a PS5, like older, slim stuff. Like I'm looking for a best case scenario comparison. But okay, fine. Let's even compare it to the Series S, okay? Like to give the ballpark prices as close of a comparison as possible. The Series S is cheaper in my country than the Switch 2, by like, what is this, 50 euros, uh something like that, 50 euros difference. And then the PS5 is around, like, if I'm going for the cheapest, like slim stuff, I can get one for about the same price. If I go for a disc version, base 5 PS5, like, yeah, we're talking about like the same price, give or take, as the Switch 2. So if I'm looking at the same price bracket, right, I can either get a Series S, which is dog shit. I can get a PS5, which has terrible exclusives and just terrible overall lineup of games. Yes, there are some good games. I'm not pretending like there's not some good things out there, but like overall, it's not a great console to be buying for like exclusive games and stuff like that, especially good ones. And then there's Switch 2, which is by far the best value. It's also the newest, and it's also the one that's going to get the most exclusives and the best games that you can get nowhere else, right? PS5 is the second best in that case, but again, we've already downgraded to slims and diskless and stuff like that, and old versions. We're not talking about the pros and not talking about all the bells and whistles, right? We've ignored all of that high-end stuff, which is a problem for PS5 and Xbox, because unlike the Switch, the type of games that you buy and play on a PlayStation and Xbox are not the type of games that you buy on a Switch 2, right? So for PlayStation and Xbox, you want that higher fidelity. So you're buying an inferior console. You know it's an inferior console. You know you're getting a worse performance. You know you're getting a worse like visual clarity and fidelity, just to price match the Switch 2, where you get games designed specifically for the Switch 2, graphically unique and specific to the Nintendo. Whether you like it or not is a separate, like, individual personal taste. Like, you know that the games you're getting on the Switch, specifically for the Switch, made for the Switch, like the first party stuff, is designed for the Switch. It will look as good as it possibly can, and nobody can make it look any better anywhere else. And it's going to be great for that environment. I don't think any like reasonable person, average person looking at these three consoles is gonna look and say, yeah, the Xbox is better value or the PS5 is better value. Switch is the only one in this race that is good value. And even the Switch 2 is expensive. So let's put it in perspective, right?
Summer for the games industry. Anyway, thanks to the members: Chris Ferretti, Cheruby, Jason, Marcus Hargeet, Evan, Shane Carroll. Hey, I appreciate that guy to y'all for supporting me talking about the news. Thank you very much. It does mean a lot, especially given how the world is right now.
Like, the Nintendo at least still has a space in the market. But the Xbox and the PlayStation are just fucked right now. Everything they're putting out is not keeping up.
Talking out where I'm at with this thing, trying to understand, like, well, why would they even get there? Oh, well, maybe the games aren't selling that well. Like, when you say players, is that revenue, or like, how do you factor in players? And
yeah, that's another thing. But that's the thing. Things like the player, like when you start talking about players and consumers, you're already not dealing with this in like conversation in good faith. That is my problem fundamentally. We're not having the same type of conversation. We've moved the goalpost to a space where you're always, quote unquote, technically right? That's the problem. So if we're operating in this space where you're always technically correct about certain things and you're spinning it in a way that looks good for you on paper, we cannot possibly identify the real problems. We're not talking about how many copies did we sell. We're not talking publicly and with investors about like what our reach is, what our return is, what our margins are, what our realistic budgets are like. We're not having these types of conversations. We're talking about numbers in terms of users, players across the board in environments like, free games. It's like PlayStation counting players for games that are on, PlayStation Plus. It doesn't matter. Like, that's not the type of conversation that we need right now in this space. So we're not having the real conversations. We're like moving the goalposts. We're projecting things that aren't there, and of course, then we end up with these types of situations where you have layoffs, but nothing actually changes or gets fixed because we weren't having the same conversation to begin with. And then you have some smart ass guy like that guy on Twitter talking about like customers being, apprehensive to monetization and other bullshit. It's like we're not having the same conversation. Like that is a perfect example of what I was talking about. That JP Callum's guy. It's like Mr. Golfer. It's like we're not talking about the same industry. We're not talking about the same incentives. We're not talking about the same margins. We're talking about the sustainable business. We're talking about, reasonable budgets, and you're talking about investors and microtransactions and Fortnite and Roblox. It's like you're in a different world, one that doesn't even translate to reality. It only translates to reality insofar as you're forcing it to transform it into something that never was, is, or will be. Yeah, you can tell I'm riled up and I'm frustrated because this industry never fucking learns. And there's a part of me that obviously wants to get back into, the games industry, so to speak, start working on games again. Because I like games. I really do. I really want to contribute to games and make something cool and, work on something together with others to make something really great. But you see the news every single day. It gets worse and worse and worse. And I'm just like, mate, I'm just gonna sell fucking pretzels at the side of the corner of the street. It's better. It's less hassle. It's less frustrating, and at least I know one thing for sure. But like this insane insanity, that's happening. That's not worth dealing with. Honestly, it's genuinely not worth dealing with. As much as I hate saying it, because again, it's always the regular people that suffer from this. This industry needs to fucking crash and burn. It needs to crash and burn so all these fucking leeches and cockroaches leave and disappear from the space so that we can actually start rebuilding. You know what I mean? It just, there's too many of these fuckwits like JP and whatnot that really misunderstand and mistreat the industry, and they have mistreated the industry for so long. They've become delusional where they actually think they are the solution to the problem when they are 100% the problem. It's insane. And it's like I really don't want to see more people losing their jobs. I really don't. And I really do want to see gaming flourish and thrive. I've said it a thousand times now. Like, I love gaming. I love video games. I love video games more than any other medium ever. Like, I love anime, I love music, but nothing comes close to my love for video games. And seeing it in this state is generally making me sad. Because a lot of the wins are very simple, very easy, very straightforward, and very on the table. And these people are actively ignoring them or refusing to take those easy wins because they keep focusing on the fucking golden goose that doesn't even exist anymore. They've already killed the golden goose, and now they're killing a billion other geese trying to somehow identify what made the golden goose so that they can Frankenstein one of their own. It's insane. It annoys me. It annoys me to no end. I just want this industry to fucking correct itself already. And it feels like the like I hate defending Nintendo because I don't want to go to bat for any kind of company. Again, I'm all about the games and the experiences and stuff like that. And it's just like I love the art of making video games and the crafts that go behind it. And I love video games because it brings together all the other mediums into one place. When you're making a game, you're writing stories and you're building lore and building world. You have art, you the visuals, the presentation, the paintings, the drawings, all of that. You have music for backgrounds, for BGMs, for like just themes and everything. Like you have every single artistic medium coming together into one single space on every dimension, every layer to make something truly exceptional. And I understand that not every game has to be like an exceptional work of art that's just designed to be, a work of art. I 100% am on board with the whole idea of like games are by and large products. But again, the idea of making a game that brings together all of these, you know, uh, aspects, all of these professions, all of these expertises to build one unified product is always amazing to me, right? You have movies that do bring a lot of them together, but like gaming is that next layer, right? You have like the bottom layer, which is like writing and music, like writing notes and stuff like that. And you have the second layer, right, which is like music videos, for instance, something like that, right? Where you have storytelling and that combines writing and presentation. And then you have movies, which is on top of that, that brings all of these elements and then some with the acting and stuff like that. And then you have at the top gaming, which brings everything else into one singular place, right? So for from that perspective, I think there's so much potential in gaming, but you just have these people that do not appreciate or respect what it means to make a game. And it's like I understand that these things can be expensive, especially in the AAA space, but at the same time, you can spend responsibly. What they're doing in the US, in California, and that kind of space, that is a travesty of the entire industry. And while I understand that it's a big aspect of the industry, I'm also kind of tired of the industry itself being defined and shaped and influenced and also represented by California as like the industry. It's only one aspect of an industry in that it's a fucking dysfunctional one. It's the black sheep of the family, if we were to use an analogy, right? The rest of the industry, the rest of the family is regular people. They have some problems here and there. You have your weird uncle, Sony, that's a little bit fucked in the head right now. He's starting to have dementia because he's growing kind of old and he's losing his mind a little bit. But like by and large, it kind of still, you still kind of sort of get along. And then you have Xbox and you have California in general being that fucking insane person in the family that nobody wants to even acknowledge exists or that they're part of the family, right? It's just something needs to change in California in particular. But the problem is their influence affects everybody else's mood, right? The conversation we can have at the table, the directions, the problems, the solutions, everything we talk, we have to be cryptic about it, or we have to pretend like we don't know what's happening because that guy is at the table and we don't want to outright say, hey, you're the problem and we don't like you and we wish you would go away because he's still part of the family. So you're just playing coy around them. That is the part that needs to change first and foremost. Like everything that comes out of California and influences the rest of the industry, that is the first aspect that needs to change. And by and large, everybody else just has to acknowledge that California is the black sheep, and we kind of need to stop talking around them and just tell them, dude, you fix yourself. You need to pull your shit together. Because the rest of the industry is mostly doing fine. I'm not saying everybody else isn't suffering from certain things. Like I said, You have things like rising prices and costs of hardware that impacts everybody, right? And everybody has to deal with investors, whether you're in the US or Europe or Korea or Japan or China or whatever, right? Everybody has to deal with some of these like general realities of things. But at the same time, nobody suffers as much, as often, and as deeply as California. And that's because there's an intrinsic problem there that is kind of getting ignored over and over again and not talked about and not addressed. But hey, that's the reality of things. Sometimes everybody sees the fire and nobody is actually putting it down. So we will continue to see these layoffs. We will continue to hear about companies putting out games and products that nobody wants for the nth time. We will continue to see layoffs. We will continue to see developers and social media people and like community managers talking back to players, uh, and calling us the problem for not spending money on marathon if you want Destiny 3 bullshit. We will continue to see all of these things because they don't learn, and they will continue to find excuses and blame anything else but themselves until, I don't know, the fucking sky turns pink. I don't it's it is what it is, I guess, is what I'm saying. Some things, the more things change, the more they stay the same, and some things, some people, they just don't learn, and they're just gonna make the same mistakes over and over again. And we're gonna have this conversation again in a week from now, in a month from now, in a year from now, in 2 years from now, in 3 years from now, again and again and again, until a crash fucking happens and just everything gets burned, bleached earth type stuff, you know, everything just kind of gets destroyed, and then only the people that actually care about this medium will come back to, you know, pick things up from the rabble and try to put it back together. And then we will have a short period of a renaissance of gaming where games are made by people that love gaming, and we will start having some good games and interesting games again. And that's going to last for a few years, 5, 10 years, until these motherfuckers see that the world is healed, and they'll come back and try to take advantage of it again. And we will see that cycle repeat itself for another 10 years. And again, history repeats itself. It's again, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I know I shouldn't get this frustrated and angry, but at the same time, again, I've seen it happen for so much. It's hard not to take it personal to some extent. When you've been there on the front lines talking to some of these people, outlining the problems, sounding the alarm bells, and basically getting ignored, sidelined, and pushed out just because you're quote unquote not a team player, or you don't follow the family vision or whatever buzzwords they want to use. You're not on board with you're not a team player. All that bullshit, and then it happens again. And all I can think of is like, I told you so, for like the 100th time. But at the same time, I sound like a madman, like a crazy person, because I'm just sitting here in my room going, I told you so, I told you so. But nobody's hearing me out because I've already been, sidelined and muted and ignored. And I'm not actually talking to these people because they don't even want me around anymore. And it again, it makes me sound like a crazy person, I know, but it's just frustrating, to see easy wins be ignored and missed in favor of dumb decisions and mistakes that have been done over and over again, with some kind of weird perversion and obsession that things will be different this time because it was a different CEO or somebody else came up with the idea, even though it's the same bullshit idea. Mm. It's we live in a society, as they say. Whatever. Let's put up Forza and let's start cruising a little bit. I got frustrated for long enough for the day. Mm. I will say though, I'm one crash out away of like completely dropping my channel and just starting anew from scratch, where I just become like an industry hater. Like sometimes I really feel like I'm just one bad day, one bad news away from just like becoming a full blown industry hater. Turning from somebody that absolutely loves this industry to somebody that just wants to see it burn to the ground. And I don't mean that in a pragmatic sense, like I have up until now, where I'm saying like, you know, some of these mistakes they're unlikely to change unless something drastic happens, and turn into somebody that's actually reveling and gleeful about this industry fucking burning to the ground. You know, like maniacal cackle. You know, looking at the flames and looking at the industry burn, right? In that kind of sense. I'm just one crash out away from like genuinely being happy by the misfortune and failure of the industry. I'm not there yet. I'm not that mean. I'm not that mean spirited. I'm not really into Schadenfreude all that, you know, personally. But like sometimes I need to really remind myself that's not me and that's not the type of person I want to be. That's how bad things are sometimes. Mm-hmm. Mm. But yeah, it is what it is. The industry's fucked, and it will never learn. And it is what it is. Let's race. Also, they had an update. I don't know what they changed about the update, but there was an update. Actually, let me see. Is there anything on Steam? It says uh, page. Is there any news or something? Let's see all updates. Forza Series 2 update, bug fix, general performance and stability fix an issue. We're launching the game. Okay, AI improved difficulty balance. Improvements to difficulty balancing. Okay, cool. Fix an issue with Dravatar race start behavior. Okay, that sounds good. Hopefully they fix some of that insanity that was the AI. Improvement to audio performance on lower specification. Adjust the volume of the air vents on the Lamborghini Murcielago. Fix an issue with a screechy clean badge, where progress would only count during the TOG event. I have no idea what that is. Some kind of badge, which I probably don't have. Design fix an issue where the leaderboards would sometimes display wrong drivetrain. Don't care. Convoy leaderboard. Don't care about leaderboards. Fix playlist. Daily challenges. Weekly challenges. Daily challenges. Don't care. Fix and ensure some players not unlock level 12 areas by until they enter the race event. XP requirements between level 10 and level 100. Okay, players who have already. Let me see. Added roads driven percentage to the region overview. Road disc. Oh. Okay, so now I can finally find that last little piece of the map that I missed. Roads driven percentage. Okay, fix an issue where two road nodes would never be marked. Fix an issue where two road nodes would never be marked as undiscovered. Oh, maybe that's why I missed it. Okay. Fix inconsistency, road discovery between the minimap and world map. Okay. Okay, let's go. That means I should be able to easily find the place. I think this is the button, right? Yes. Roads driven. Okay, so it is in Tokyo that I missed. Because everything else is probably... Yeah, okay. So it is in Tokyo. Where did I miss a tiny bit of street? Ah. Okay, not this. This one. Okay. But for real though, where? It helps that I know which zone I need to explore, but at the same time, it really does look I've explored. It looks like I've already explored everything. So finding that last little bit of road that I didn't actually, drive on is gonna be a problem. Uh, where? I guess I'm supposed to, like, I'm looking for a gray line. Whether it's a continuous one or like white one or, the orange type or green type. I'm looking for something that's not filled in. It really does look like I've covered that. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it. Okay, there it is. Over here. Fast travel. Yes. We found it. We found it. We found the last little bit of road that was avoiding us. Here it is. There we go. 671 out of 671. That was the last bit that we wanted to see. Okay, so what do we check on? I guess unfinished, was it? Stories. Incomplete events. That was the only thing that we need to see. Okay, let me see. What do we got here? We got messages. I've been playing on the PlayStation, on the Nintendo for so long. Now my brain's hardwired with like A and B being in reverse. So I keep canceling instead of confirming now. Yeah, that's definitely something. Mm, okay. Uh, yeah, it's this button actually. Eliminate as soon as possible. Playlist week. Okay, I have no idea what those are. One free spin. Aruga horn, whatever. Online was it? Oh, festival. This is what it was. So we're in the spring now. Mm-hmm. Dude, there's too many things like this. I'm not a fan of this whole expiring bullshit. Mm-hmm. Live service stuff. I mean, I guess I can. Okay, that's brake, that's acceleration, that's handbrake. Those are shifts. Okay, that's a rewind. Oh, I accidentally canceled matchmaking. Oh my god. I keep doing it over and over again. Maserati. I mean, X to cancel. So that's what I need to not press essentially. Yeah, this game is very calming, I'll be honest. Like, it just in terms of driving around, I don't even care about like anything else. It's just driving around the city is very calming. Mm, just exploring the world. Yeah. This isn't even my favorite car or anything. This was just the last one I picked up. That I had used for a race, I think. Mm. Spec racing, let's go. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Probably gonna lose the race, but it's fine. Don't really care. As long as I only have to do it and not win, it's fine. I just want to see if I can get the rewards without winning. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hey, don't bump into me, dude. Drive your lines cleaner, please. It's fine. I don't care too much. Hmm. I mean, I'm not too far behind. I probably could have kept up a little bit better if he didn't bump me into the wall, but hey. Oh, I wasn't supposed to. Ah, okay, so if you hit the wall, you get slowed down. That's kind of dumb a little bit, but hey. Especially because of rammers and shit like that. That almost rewards ramming because you can just ram into somebody and push them into a wall, and you get to drive recklessly while just basically ramming into them. And it makes it even harder to recover that way. Whatever. Oops. I don't know about that. Oh well. It's fine. No, wait, there's more than one race? Oh, it's a championship? Oh, well, fine. Give me another one, I guess. Faster, sooner, preferably. Come on. Come on, come on. Mm-hmm. Mm. It really is unfortunate how bad this industry can run itself. But on the bright side, though, I do have a lot of games to play, so I'm fortunate enough in that sense that at least the East is putting out good games, and also I personally like those games because I do get some people don't like those types of games, like the JRPGs and whatnot, but I do. So at the very least, I'm safe. I still have games to enjoy. Oh, it's 3 events. Mhm. Wait, the rewind actually you're not actually able to use the rewind? That's kind of stupid in a sense, and also defeats the purpose of the feature even being there. If you're gonna lose the time anyway, why even add the feature? Or enable it for that matter in multiplayer? Whatever. Whatever, I don't care too much. Hmm. Yeah, I'm very behind. And that lead is only growing. I mean, to be fair, most of it was just me using that rewind, I guess, and it's stupid, but most of it was because of that. But it's also kind of stupid how perfect that other guy is driving, so to speak. Like even when I'm keeping the acceleration more or less pressed on, I'm still somehow losing time. Yeah, of course I'm gonna be slowed down even more because why the fuck not? Mm, whatever. Hmm. At least I'm making some of the time back. Not much, but when I'm not driving like a complete maniac, I can gain some of the time lost back. Not much, but okay. Did the guy make a mistake or something? Because I just gained like 3 seconds. I don't really care too much. I'm just driving to have fun. So if I'm not if I'm oh now I suddenly lost 2 seconds even though I drive clean. What? Makes no fucking sense. But okay, game. And I lost another second. I'm starting to think somebody's cheating here. Like it's kind of hard to believe that they're constantly making time even when I'm driving in a straight line. Like that was insane. I gained 5 seconds and then I lost 5 seconds in a straight line somehow. This makes no sense, but okay. Okay, what was the difference in time? 17 seconds. My best lap somehow was better than his best lap though. But because of the rewind and shit, somehow I lost more time overall. I don't even know how this works, but it's fine. Whatever. It's like whatever, man. I get to drive a BMW at least. BMW. Okay, now all of a sudden we have 4 people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Thank you for messing me up, you idiots. Mm. Dumbass. I don't know why he kept insisting on trying to ram into me. And he left. Hmm. Dude, those two drivers are way too good. Oh, shit. Yeah. There goes more time. Yay. And just like that, 5 seconds on top. It's kind of insane how much penalty you're given. Even more than 5 seconds, close to 10 off of that one bump. Oh well. At least I'm third place. 20 seconds behind, dude. I'll be a full on 30 seconds by the end of it. Yeah, full on almost 30 seconds behind. At least I'm trying. This car is skating a little bit. But the other two guys seem to have like crazy good like driving, but also like almost like they ignore physics sometimes. Like I get that some people just drive very, very well, but it's kind of crazy just how well they can control their car while also not spinning off or losing speed because of physics and stuff, and still gain traction and still gain time even when they have to deal with everything of the course. So like I'm not saying anybody's cheating, but like it really does feel so like that at times. Like it really does feel like that at times. It's like they have constant momentum and speed, but also not losing time is a little bit weird. and sketchy, if you ask me. Like every single time they like every single segment they gain more and more time. Like, I don't think there was any segment where I gained time, even when it was like straight lines. I'm just losing more and more time, which is kind of insane. See what I mean? It's like kind of crazy. That's bullshit. Okay, well, at least we got that one. I'll leave the wheel spins at the end. I do want the Maserati though. I mean, I kind of want all three. Ferrari sounds nice. The Mini JC. Let's go with that one. Collection journal. Okay, cool. Whatever. Badges. What badge did I get? On the road again. Barn finds. Complete 22 road races. Oh, Screechy Clean. Ah, I did get that one. Okay, cool. The one that was bugged, apparently. Whatever. Oh no, the Corvette. We missed it. That's unfortunate. Alright, my last two barn finds. Okay, cool. But also got one more. Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, this is the other one that we just unlocked. Okay, designs. Find new designs. See what everything anything interesting for this one. I don't really see anything that I like here. Alright, Persona Futaba, what's this? How does this look? It's a bit more orange than green. Not fully on board with this one. I like to top up that I don't particularly like this skin. In terms of like balance of things. Oh, there's a Chihaya skin for this one as well. Okay, let me check it out. How does this one look? Okay, I do kind of like this one. I do like this. Ba-da-boom. All right, it has the whole weird start off until the wheels warm up. It skates a lot, even on the road. Mm. Okay. Oh, I hate how much. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. Why does it spin so much? Holy shit. Like I was literally on tarmac. Like, see? It just spins very weirdly when you start to accelerate for some reason. It's very unwieldy until you hit like 100 or so. And only after you hit like 100 kilometers per hour where it starts actually like sticking to the road properly. Yeah, it's a weird car. Like, I don't know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's do all of the events again. Oh wait, I can play it solo? I'm confused. Mm-hmm. I'll buy this one because it's cheaper. Oh, okay, let me check this one as well. Does this one have cooler skins? Oh, it has a VV. Okay. Okay, we're buying this one instead. Because it has this skin. Let me see. I mean, it's not the coolest. I don't, not like a huge fan of it. But hey, I mean, this one's also kind of cool. It's the default. Can't go wrong with this. Mm. What about the other BMW? Oh, one B too many. One BMW. What other skins do you have? Because I didn't check. Purple Flames. Sasha. What's this one? Star Knight. Star Knight DX. That looks kind of cute. What's the other one? Oh, yeah, okay. I recognize this one. It does look pretty cool. You know what? I'll take this one. Mm-hmm. Okay, you should probably tune this car, to be honest. It kind of drives like shit a little bit. Mm-hmm. Okay, that was not too shabby. Oh, this stock car drives like ass. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, at least I can gain some speed here. Some distance here. Straight line, my top speed's better. Mm-hmm. So okay. We are still in first place, so that's good. Still haven't decided what game I want to play next. There's a handful of them I want to play, but I feel like a Tales game, Tales of Arise. I kind of want to do that. Mm, Bowie and Hokey Wabs. Mm. Mm-hmm. Wait, was that it? No. Hmm. I'm a little bit confused. Okay, so I have to do this one as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't see anything in the car but during the night. Mm. Mm-hmm. I actually have to check my list again because I guess I should play an action-ish game because I did play like two turn-based games technically back to back, give or take, maybe even three depending on how you count. Because we had Fire Red and BDSP, the Pokemon games. All of those are both turn-based games, and Legends Arceus is also kind of turn-based for the most part. It's a weird turn-based, but it technically still counts as turn-based. So I guess the next game should be an actiony game just to mix it up a little bit. In which case, technically, Tales of Arise would make more sense. Mm, it is a game that I am looking forward to playing though, so it's nothing bad. It's just like there's a bunch of games that I want to get through, so I try to mix it up a little bit just to keep things a little bit more interesting and exciting and not be like too one dimensional. Like just playing turn based after turn based after turn based can get a little bit stale. So I feel like switching it up a little bit makes sense in this case. Try something more actiony, and then maybe go back to a turn-based game after that. Then again, it is going to be action game after action game as well in this case. Because we would be going from, like, let's say, Tales of Arise to Grand Blue Fantasy, right? So it'd be action after action in that sense as well. Mm-hmm. Okay, I got that one. No. It's this one. Mm-hmm. This should be the last one, I think. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. My car seems to have a little bit more acceleration. It also looks like these guys are driving different cars than the one I have. Even though technically it's the same class. But I only had 2 cars that I could buy. And one of the cars these guys are driving, at least, if not 2 of them, I didn't have access to, from what I can tell. Like, I couldn't buy them. Mm-hmm. I need to check my list of games, though. There's a bunch of them. There's Tales of Arise, there's Expedition 33. There was another game that I just got that's also action-y. Forgot what it was called. Faith Killer or something. I have to double check. I think it's an early access game, I think. Not usually into those, but this one was fairly cheap and it looked like it would be a good time. It's like one of those games that kind of looks like, Skyrim and stuff like that. They like Elder Scrolls, I should say, not Skyrim specifically. Hmm. 2002 Beamer, okay. I just noticed the 2002 on the back. What was it called again? Let me double check. Fate Keeper is what it was called. Fate Keeper. It looked pretty cool. Does that count as complete now for the championship? Please, thank you. It's 3 out of 3, right? Yeah, Fate Keeper looked pretty interesting. But that one's a new car. Okay, Maserati. Festival. Oh, another Beamer. Nice. More Beamers for me. Anyway, festival. Time attack. Sony time attack. Or spin. I think I'll just do the races for now. Mm-hmm. Cars, change car. What would be a good one for this race? Performance class. I don't really want the S tiers. Would this be good? I don't even know which one I timed the race with. But let's try this one. It's the Donna Donna skin. I love this skin so much. I love the art style of Donna Donna. It's a really nice style. I love the art itself. Oh, whoops. Messed up a little bit there. Okay, it's good enough. Uh-huh. Wait. Which one was it? Oh, country Japan. Okay. 8 here. And that's what it was. Performance class 8 tier. 8 tier Japan, it says. So probably the Mazda or the Toyota. I honestly don't know which car I used for this race, if I'm being perfectly honest. Honda Civic, maybe? Oh, it has track tires, so probably not that one. Probably the Toyota maybe, or the... no, probably this one. I'll try the RX-8. Mm-hmm. Can I get sub 55 though? No. Mm-hmm. Maybe with more speed. Yeah. There we go. It's good enough though. I don't know which race this is, like what car I drove this in, but it's definitely not this one. Ooh, that's a cute little buggy. Ah, the coupe above. McLaren and BMW. But yeah, Fate Keeper was a game that I had on my list that looked really interesting. I was kind of curious about. But that one's a early access game from what I can tell. It's not quite finished. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of interested in that. We got that, we got Clear Obscure, which is turn-based, and then we got Tales of Arise. Those are like the three games I'm kind of thinking about right now to play. There's a few others that aren't yet, like they're on my list of games to play, but I don't know if this is the perfect timing for it, just in terms of like length of time. Scarlet Nexus can probably fit in this time frame as well. Lords of the Fallen might be more difficult, I feel like. And Metaphor is way too long, so that one's out of the question right now. Uh and some other games like Control I feel like that's just way too short. I could be wrong, but I get the impression that one's kind of short. But I know they were gonna get back into Grand Blue Fantasy, so maybe an action game wouldn't be too bad, just to get us kind of getting used to again to some more action combat after playing so many, so many of these. Which one? Okay, it was that one. Country Japan restriction. Country Japan. A700 Japan. Mm-hmm. Cars, performance class, A class. I need something that's more for drifting, right? I don't even know if I have anything for drifting in this kind of like general space. Mhm. Right. Mm-hmm. Actually, wait. I don't think this is the right car though for it. Ah, come on. That was annoying. Oh my god. This car is annoying. How many points do I even need for this thing? 80,000. I can't quite do it like that either. I just need a different car, I guess. I'm trying brute force it with a car that's not really made for this. Uh... Mhm. Which one do I turn into a drift car? Mm, yeah, this one. I have no idea if this is any good, to be honest. Oh, okay, that's good for drifting. Drift. Mm, convoy. Don't care about that. Mm-hmm. Let's try again. I have no idea how to drive this, but hey. Oh, money pit, lucky there. Definitely not enough. Did it? Is that enough? No, definitely not enough. Not for the wheel spin anyway. Uh, Yeah. I still don't know how to drift well. I'm like, I haven't played a drift game in so long that I just don't even remember how to do it, so to speak. Especially not without a handbrake. Mm, just not enough. Nope. I seem to have a slightly better like run when I go from bottom to top, but not by much. Oh, come on, stupid trees. Oh my god, let me go. Fuck it. Oh my god, every single fucking tree all of a sudden is in the way. Jesus Christ. Oh, really? That was enough to break the combo. Oh, fucking hate this. Ugh. Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong way. Of course, my car had to be fucking stupid all of a sudden. I don't even know why I'm trying to do this. Oh, come on. I was almost there. Decided right at the end to be fucking stupid. Come on. Oh, why do you spin so much? Fucking hell, this car. Of course, it's spinning out. Of course, it's spinning out. Of course, it's spinning out. This car. Of course, it would fuck up at the end. Still not enough though, because I'm pretty sure I needed 85k for this stupid thing. Yeah, just barely not enough. Hmm. Whew. I could have almost done it properly, but they get it the full 3 stars, but I fucked up at the end. Ah, okay, one got a reward from that one as well. Hmm. Okay. Shibuya Crossing. So let's go here, I guess. Um. Okay. But change the car. An R class. I think I did like this one, the Ferrari. I think this one drove pretty well. So maybe this mod. Oh my god, can... Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Can you please stop driving like an idiot? Even this the autopilot doesn't know how to drive the car properly. Oh my god, I hate you. You're gonna slow down. Okay. You're annoying. Fucking auto bullshit. Stops right before. I'm gonna let it start. And then once we get closer, there we go. Somehow that's still not enough for 3 stars. Oh, but it's not a JP car. Right, I keep forgetting. Toyota, Ferrari, Nissan. I think this one can go. Oh, 338. Not quite enough. What do you mean incorrect car for the objective? Oh, it's also an A-class bullshit. Right. Everything is A-class. And Japanese, okay, so... This one maybe? Was that not good enough? I don't think it was. No, this car is not fast enough. Doesn't quite have the top speed. For my clients, A-class speed. Acceleration speed, Civic. Honda Civic, this one seems to be better. Let's try this one. Dude, what the fuck was that? What did I just clip? Oh my god, can you stop? Fucking traffic. Everything that can spawn is spawning right in front of me. Come on. Give me some space to do the thing. Need a little bit of space. Thank you very much. Oh my god, why is this car unable to fucking turn all of a sudden? Ah. Oh, the drag tires probably, that's why. Uh, uh, I guess I need to tune this one a little bit. Um, well, not tune per se, but like change the wheels from drag. Auction, no cars. Um, seasonal speed trap. Yeah, we'll use this one. But with drag wheels, seriously? They're saying seasonal speed trap with this one, but I don't know about that one. Not after the update anymore. Maybe before the update, though, where the drag wheels work differently. Yeah, definitely not anymore. Yeah, no. They changed the physics and stuff on the wheels. Uh, this, oh no, all-wheel drive, semi-sleek, sports, semi-slick. Maybe this one for me. Nah, I don't know about that one. Uh, okay, go with that. Go with all-wheel drive. Go with that. Mm, nah, I'll leave that one for now. I think. Tire compound. Not drag. Hmm. Mm. Uh, I don't know about this one. I mean, I guess we can leave the sports one for now. Transmission. Yeah, I like that one more. Mm. Mm. That puts us too high though. Yeah, both of those are too high. Uh, what about this? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean the launch. I probably do need this top speed though. Handling doesn't really change anything. It's technically the same thing, but hey, whatever. Handling, braking. Sure, why not? Ah, that puts us too high though. Mm-hmm. Uh, that's too much weight reduction. Um, mm-hmm. Whatever, should be good enough. Let's see how this drives. Let's try again from here. Wait, am I drawing? Yeah. Takes a little bit to pick up, but might be able to.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Is that enough? No, it's not enough. This pisses me off. Mm. Mm-hmm. Let's try and fine-tuning setups. Something that doesn't use drag tires. Everybody uses drag tires. Okay, this one has speed tires. Basically the same, but with the right tires. Okay. But at the same time, this isn't very good. Mainly because it doesn't change my top speed or my acceleration. But hey, maybe just switching the tires is enough.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Okay, maybe this is all we needed.
Recalculating route. In 400
Was that enough? Was it just barely not enough? Did I not do the 57? I'm confused. The Toyota is Japanese, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Like I'm confused. Like I feel like I'm a crazy person. Speed trap. 2575. It's like, I just need a 2-star basically. So why is this not enough? Also, way too much fucking traffic.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Oh, just barely not enough.
Turn right.
It's just barely not enough. Two five seven. It's just barely not enough. Yes, this is not driving properly. Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah, 257, 257.5, I think it was. 257.5, yeah. I was just barely not hitting it for the reward. Oh, fuck's sake, every single car possible appears at the wrong place in the... Come on. Yeah, it's just not enough juice in the tank for it to accelerate at the right type of speed. I'm just like 2 kilometers shy. Hmm. Hmm. My cars, performance, around A class, I guess. Toyota isn't pulling its weight. Mazda's on drift now. Um, Hmm. Let's try this one. Customizing this one. Find new design. Not designs. Find unique setups. Not drag. And that one maybe. Let's try this one. Top speed seems good enough. So with a bit of luck, this one might be it. Miosha car. Miosha, please bring me victory. Oh, Kamimiya. Will this be the winning car? Okay, this one's it. There we go. It's not enough for like the big 3-star, but I don't care about that one. It's enough for the wheel spin, so we got a reward. There we go. Next. What's this? Oh, you have to descend. Mm-hmm.
You've arrived at your destination.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I need to do it another 38. Okay, I need a rally car though. Well, or at least a car with rally tires. This one's not Miosha's car, unfortunately. A race, I should say. Unless... Did that count? No, I didn't. Don't think it did. Oh yeah, I did somehow. Okay, never mind. So that just leaves us with 2 more challenges. This one first. Pickups, restriction B, pickups in 4v4. Okay. Let's do this challenge next. Solo pickups. Okay, so I can do one of these too. Which one? We're doing the Pippa, or are we doing Go? I mean, they're kind of similar. Let's go with Pippa, I guess. Let's follow the VTuber tradition. We'll see how it drives, and if we need to, we can switch to the Golden Glow version. A real American car for a real American bunny. Oh, come on. That was a bit sketchy there, but hey. Woo! Holy fucking shit. As they say. That was one giant ass jump. Okay. Not the cleanest races, but hey. The Pippa-mobile. Okay, cool. That's one race down, 2 more to go. Okay, next. Next. Okay, we got that one. Yeah. Next one's over here, I think. Yeah. Nah, dude. Not that one. Oh. For some reason it didn't count. Okay. Let's try the Golden Glow now. See how this one drives, because I don't quite remember which one I like more, but hey, Both are Fords. Both are nice. It's just that slightly different. Hmm. Okay, so far so good. Not super clean, but hey. Still first place. Still clean laps. It does feel like I'm winning a little bit too easily on this difficulty. I might need to bump it up again. Now that they've changed, like they've supposedly fixed the AI, it does feel like my victories are a little bit too easy. Like I'm driving kind of recklessly and silly and eating walls and stuff, and I'm still not getting really punished for it. In terms of like, you know, the AI catching up to me, so I might need to bump it up a little bit. We'll see. After we finish the whole 3 races, to be honest. I feel the difference in time is a little bit crazy. And it's not like my cars are that great either in terms of tuning. And I'm making some pretty big mistakes. And I'm still not getting punished or capitalized on, really. What is the difference on time here? Too big, I guess. Too big to even matter. Yeah, I'll probably bump the difficulty up a stage. This one. Come on, where's my... Okay. There we go. Oh, Well, let's go back to people. The Pippa-mobile. I did bump up the difficulty a stage, so let's see. Am I gonna regret this all of a sudden? It feels like it, almost. Okay, so far so good. Okay, not too bad actually. They're right behind me though. Went from winning this race with like too much time to spare to these guys are right on my ass. And we only bumped up the difficulty by one stage. Still feel like the difficulty tuning in this game is a little bit whack. But hey. Like, see what I mean? Dude. Stay behind me. Where you belong. Dude, what the fuck was that? Of course, right at the end, I would like the game would mess with me. Whatever, it's fine. We're still first placed overall. Finished second on this race, but we're still overall in points. It's crazy how just bumping up the difficulty up one stage turns this from easy peasy win into like, okay, now suddenly I have to pay attention. Like, what? Like, seriously, what? Okay, this one's next. Got a new badge. Complete 19 cross-country races. Okay. 21 dirt races. Whatever. Ah, no, we lost the beat Honda. I mean, I already have it, I'm pretty sure. Okay, modern muscle. Okay, 3. Modern muscle. Let's see, what else? Ford Mustang. I'll just use one of mine, I guess. I'll do this one. the Ford Mustang that I already have. I don't want to press Y to rewind. Why would I want to rewind? I'm driving clean enough, or I don't feel like I need. Oh, this one's laps, right? Okay, nice. We're winning this very handily by the looks of it. Maybe it was just a fluke on that one race because of, you know, how inconsistent off-roading races can be in terms of just like one race, maybe. Like, you know, one bad turn can put you behind a few seconds, so maybe I made too many mistakes there. I mean, off-road's always a little bit nifty, you know, it's something. Yeah, I'm curious to see like by just how much we're like winning this race. I mean, I made a mistake here or there, but it was like tiny mistakes. Maybe cost us a second or something. Maybe two if I'm being generous. Oh, I'm at top speed basically, 246. Easy peasy. Okay, that was a bit weird, but somehow we saved it. And somehow you have one more lap. Those are some pretty long laps though. Probably lost a few seconds there as well. But it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. How did I clip that? That was weird. Turning, like the car just turned into the wall. Just barely. We definitely lost some seconds there. Okay. Bit weird there, but hey. Oh, 6:23 perfectly on the dot. But yeah, from the best lap 2 seconds to 6:23, that means we lost 20 seconds ish on some laps. I mean, the first one usually is slower. The first lap is always slower actually because you start from 0, you know. And it's only the second and third lap that are faster. So that's fine. Okay. Okay, we got that one done. We need to do this one and... Where was the other one? Over here. Come on, victory. Mustangy. 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 Can I do it from inside? Can I drive properly from in here? Oh, dude, stop. Dude, can you please stop turning me around? Thank you. Okay, now that we're out of the woods, as long as we don't make any big mistake, we should be pretty home free. You'll be Gucci. I mean, I do break a little bit too much, I feel like. I'm playing it very safe. But even with that, with the AI on this particular difficulty on advanced, that's good enough. I'm still maintaining my lead for the most part. There we go. Mustangy! We won with the Mustangy! 48 lap, best lap, nice. Yeah, whatever, like, sure, whatever. Just leave me alone with your prompts. Mustangy! Okay. And then for the last one, this one we need to go over here. Time to get the last race completed. And this is going to give us the victory that we need. Right? Frick. Give me a sec. Weird. That was out of nowhere. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Mustangy! Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Mm-hmm. There. That was a bit iffy for me. And break in time. I win. Chill music. Chill music. And that's first place. Nice. We got all of those. I can claim the other award now. I got both of the cars. Also a clue to discover the treasure. Okay. Well, I've done the races, but this one... Uh... Maybe here? Yeah, kind of looks like it would be here. Somewhere around here. Kind of, right? Mm-hmm. Let's see. Follow the... Okay, those look like those would be the correct place. That's the correct place? Almost. Hmm. Come on. Oh, fine, let's just go forward then. Okay, where is it? Looks like it's not quite as close, I guess. Hmm. Hmm. Uh, okay, there's a hangar. Wait. Yeah, probably up here. Somewhere. At the top. How do I get to the top? Let's go from here, I think. Maybe we can use this to get to the top. No, not this way. Can I go to the top this way? No. Wait. Can I actually go through here? Or the outside? Okay. I feel like this is it. I need more speed there. Okay, you know what? Change my car. I'm getting tired of this. Car, it's a little bit too slow. Yeah, let's use we haven't used this one before. Hello. Wait, do I which way was I going? Oh, this way. I think it's that one. Kind of looks like it would be this one. To go at the top. Probably should have taken the smaller car, to be honest, than this one. Okay, maybe works, maybe works. We'll see. Maybe it's the next one? Maybe it's the next one? But I feel like it's... No, where is it? Is it here? No, that's too far away. I see the hangar to the right, and I see that, and I see... Oh, wait. The garage. Oops. I guess it's too high up. I guess it's just a little bit too high up. But I'm not sure. What else? No photo clone. Like that's the thing. Maybe here. That's a little too low. I feel like this is just a little bit too low in terms of like just the positioning. No, it's definitely not here. Where? If not here, then where? Hmm. Is there like a different side of this? Maybe or something? But no, because that's where that thing is. And we have to see... Like the location of that is on that side, right? Because that's the parking lot. And you can clearly see the parking lot in this image. From the positioning. Do you have to like take a picture or something? Like it doesn't really explain what you have to do when you find the location. How far? Okay, no, it has to be a little bit behind. So maybe the next one. Probably this one. Has to be this place. But where exactly, I still don't know. I just know it's gonna be this one. How do we get to this platform though? I don't want to get to the next one. I want to get to this one. Ah. Come on, car. Don't be silly. Come on, please, car, please. Stop skating. This is not it. I need something that's a little bit lighter, I guess. Let's try this one. Okay. So definitely not here. I need to probably jump on the other side. Okay. I guess I have to jump. I am so confused about this place inside here. Like where I go. No, this is not it. I have to go higher up. I am super fucking confused as to where I have to go here in this bloody place. I see a red, blue. That one I feel like is it. Wait. No, that's a lot further out between the two. So if I were to position myself probably somewhere in between these two, would be at the top of this one, kind of. Right? I am so confused by this thing. Unless it's like on the other side completely. Maybe somewhere like this. Mm-hmm. Like from this angle maybe, but it doesn't look like it. Mainly because there's no real containers from this angle. Like I really still think it's that place, but I haven't seen anything specific that gives it away from the angle. Unless there's something on the other side over on the other. No, this is all there is to it, so it can only be that direction. This is the parking lot, and these are the buildings. And just based on the angle, it has to be from here. This is that, and those are the containers. And I need to be somewhere over here and look in that direction. But how the frick do I get up there? I feel like this is the right way to go. Oh my god, I hate this car all of a sudden. Can't stay straight for more than 2 seconds all of a sudden. This is definitely not the right car though for this. I hate this. Mm-hmm. Nope, still can't go there. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Ah. I'm getting confused here. Hmm. Okay, so it was right beneath me. Uh. Hmm. How do I do this? How do I drop down there? Maybe like this?
You got the treasure.
There we go.
Would you say you're more like a pirate or a detective at this point?
That took way too long to find. Okay, take a photo of any track toy at the spaceport. Okay. Change car. Car type. Here's track toys. Should have at least one. Okay. Okay, there's the track toy, and we need to do what again? Take a photo of any track toy at the spaceport. Okay. Just here. Want me to take a picture of this? Okay. Photo mode. Mm-hmm. There we go. Festival playlist. What else do we have? 224 RAM, 1500 TRX. And what do you want? What else do you want? 3 stars at danger signs. 5 great wreckage skills. I don't know if I want to deal with this one though. Mm. Festival car meet. That one was somewhere here. Yeah. Festival car meet. Mm-hmm. Which car are we using? Is the question. What car are we gonna take a picture of? Just for the sake of it. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this one. I really liked Shokage Hime. It was a really fun anime. Photo mode. Okay, that doesn't count. Mhm. Play an event lab event. Okay. And community made drive in any off-road vehicle. Road race. Ford Focus ST. Eh. I don't know. What cars did I miss out on? Lotus Elmira, Datsun 2000, Ferrari Roma, Renault 8, Lamborghini Countach, Lotus Exige, and then Subaru, and okay, and then Nissan and Honda, together with the Abarth 695, Chopin 962, AMD BX, Nissan BA B1, Oricon Evo. Interestingly, I did get all of those somehow. Hmm. Mm. I'm guessing these will come around again, maybe? I doubt you can only get one chance at these. Mm.
Sometimes you want to try your own thing. That's why we have Event Lab. Here, you can play or set up custom events, however you like them.
Okay. I have no idea what kind of a race this is. Let's try this one, I guess. Give it a shot here. I have no idea what kind of event this is. Being perfectly honest, I just picked the first thing. Oh, is this a race car? No. Hmm. Okay, I didn't pick a good car for this, to be honest. Yeah. Definitely not the best car for this. Hmm. I mean, I got the important stuff out of the way, but hey. It's kind of short how like these are, come and go like maybe what, a week each maybe. Drive 8 kilometers, any off-road, change cars, not performance, car type. Off-road, something off-road. Is there something that's actually called off-road or no? Mm. Are we just looking for modern rally maybe? super saloon, super cars, 4x4. I'll get in this car, try this weird thingy that is way too big. What does it tell me again? Drive 8 kilometers in any off-road vehicle, okay? So it doesn't matter too much. And it doesn't say we have to be off-road per se. But it still looks silly, honestly. With those types of, like, extension. It looks kind of dumb. And double wheels, too. But it's a cool car, all things considered. You can almost climb walls. Silly. I don't even know how much 8 kilometers counts in this game. In terms of distance. Because 8 kilometers is not a lot. Okay, back on your feet. Good car. I mean, this should count as off-road, technically. I feel like it definitely meets the designation of off-road vehicle. Has the off-road tires, is an off-road vehicle by looks of it. But it doesn't look like I'm getting the progress for it. For whatever reason. Pretty sure this one had off-road tires. Come on, progress. It would be cool if it counted. Come on, game. I mean, if this doesn't count as off-road, I don't know what does. Because this absolutely is an off-roader. Okay, car mastery. Let me just check. Hmm. No. Ah, that was so close. Oh well. Change car. Car type. Pickups. Rally monsters. Maybe one of these. Let's try the Volkswagen. Volkswagen. Maybe this one will count. Yeah, I mean, 220 max speed. This is definitely a rally car. What speed? Yeah, definitely not getting this one. Mm-hmm. Let it auto drive for a little while. Man, I can't even do that. That's a wee bit frustrating, but okay. Okay, fine. Yeah, a max 220. It is kind of funny though that it cannot go any faster than this. Why did you do that? This AI is not very smart. I thought I drive bad, but this AI makes me look like a pro driver, man. Like by comparison, I drive like a pro. I would expect that at least this car to count as a rally off-road car, but I'm kind of confused as to what counts as off-road. Like you'd think this one would count as off-road just because it's a rally car, and you know these are usually off-roaders. But if this doesn't count, I don't know what does. type again. A rally, no. Retro racer, retro rally. Utility heroes, huh? Track toys, off-road, I guess. Let's try this one, I guess. The other ones didn't count. Maybe this one counts. Come on, let it count.
You've arrived at your destination.
Off-road, off-roading like a boss. How much do we have to drive? Like, I feel like we should have made, you know, gotten 8 kilometers by now. Maybe that's just my imagination, but still. Not to mention, it's kilometers, not miles. So it's like 8 kilometers should take no time at all. Drive 8 kilometers in any off-road vehicle. This one is absolutely an off-road. It even says so on the tin. Are we? Oh, we're going that way. Okay, from the south, I guess. Also, it says drive 8 kilometers in an off-road vehicle. It doesn't say it has to be 8 kilometers off-road itself. But I mean, I can try going off the beaten path just for that, but it's still... I still feel like we should have gotten the progress by now. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, car. come on. Come on! Leave the rocks! Leave the damn rocks! Thank you. No. We are on the beach. We are no longer on the beach. Oh, can we actually leave right over here? Oh, look at me go. Okay, we are at Legend Island. So I would like to complete that quest though by now. McLaren. I mean, I don't have one of these. And it's also slightly tuned. So yeah. Alright, I didn't need to change cars. My bad. I forgot. I was supposed to use the off-roads. But for real though, can I get my 8-kilometer drive achievement thingy? Actually, I wanted to check one more thing. Car type. Oh, the Forza had snow tires. Ah, maybe that's why I didn't count. Maybe this one will count now. Got off-road car with off-road tires. So maybe this one. Maybe, just maybe this one. Come on, come on, come on, come on, give me the progress. Ah, come on, car, please. You're acting like a drift car, but don't actually try to drift when you are supposed to. Where are we going? Oh, okay, just forward, I guess. Through the mountains and the hills. Just follow a straight line until we reach the other side. Maybe not. Don't have the torque, I guess? Is the right word? A noble. I mean, I'll purchase one of these too, why not? I just get all the cars. One of each. But for real though, can I please get that progress? It doesn't count. Or it doesn't complete, and I don't know why. I mean, unless it wants me to go off-road, but it doesn't specify. Not this way. Gotta go around, I guess. How do I exit this area? Oh, through there. But for real though, can I please get my progress counted? I feel like we've done 8 kilometers by now and then some. Oh hey, train station. I am the train now. No, they should count as off-road. There is no train though, so we don't have to worry about that at least. Choo choo. Choo choo. What if... Where? Why didn't it let me go through the cave? And just put me on some random street now? That's not cool. That's bullshit! I wanted to follow the whole train track. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go the other way then. If that's a dead end, then I'll just go the other direction. See where that leads. Into the city somewhere. But for real though, can we get that progress going? Like, I really feel like by now we should have gotten that. We're driving an off-roader, 100%. We have off-road wheels. I don't know what more you want from me, game. I'm giving you what you asked for. And I'm driving off-road as well, you know, just for good measure. Like, I'm ticking all the boxes right now. Let's hope we don't accidentally run into a train while going this direction. Because that would be unfortunate. Like, if it comes from behind, that's fine. But if it's from the front, we're kind of screwed. In a tunnel, we don't really have anywhere to go. Oh, that is more solid than I thought it would be. Oh, there's the train. Good thing I saw it in time. Otherwise, that would have been an unfortunate event. But for real though, can I get my progress, please? Again it doesn't let me. That's annoying. Because there's still plenty of road to follow. That's really annoying, I'll be honest. So many limitations everywhere. Seriously though, what else do I have to do to get that point? Oh well. Screw that. I'm just gonna change to a card that I like. I don't know which one to use. Let me think. No. C-class. No. None of these. I could pull the Yaris again. The Senna car, but For one that we haven't driven in a while, just to spice things up. Which one? Which one? Which one will it be? I like that I have the Aventador though. Probably pick that one up at some point. What should we use? Dude, am I missing some cars? Screw it, let's do the Aventador. Nice and slick, and then let's go and cruise somewhere. In this general direction, I guess.
In 100 meters, turn sharp right.
Yeah. I haven't driven an Aventador since... I'm trying to think. Maybe Need for Speed Heat? I think I may have used an Aventador in Need for Speed Heat. I did have a Lambo, but I don't remember what it was. I think it was an Aventador. I'm pretty sure it was an Aventador. Because Aventador is one of my favorite models of the Lamborghini. But maybe it was a different one. Pretty sure it was the Aventador. I don't think there was another one. Oh look, a helicopter up there. But I want to use a more Japanese car, actually. Because we are, after all, in Japan. So... Actually, where was it? By country. Any of these, I guess. The S2000, that Honda's pretty nice. You know what? I think I might just use that one. Let me see if there's anything else that... the GR. I think I want to pick this one. Yeah, I'll think I'm in this one. It looks nice. It looks pretty nice. The colors are also pretty nice. I do like the sound of this. I do like the Toyotas. Even if it's not too fast for those like speed traps, it's fine. Nice. Near misses everywhere. That was just a light love tap. It shouldn't have broken any combo.
You've arrived at your destination.
Oh, whoops. What was that about? I just randomly decided to drop down, but okay. Just driving incoming traffic. Okay, near misses everywhere. Ah, that's unfortunate. It's good because I had just maxed out my multiplier. That sucks. Oh wow. That's a nice looking car. Where do we want to go and explore? I feel like I've explored pretty much everything. There are the side quests, of course, that I haven't done, but I kind of don't feel like doing them right now. Where do we even go from here? Uh, Sexy car, sexy car. Trading paint. I think it's funny that, you know, lightly bumping into them gives you points. Not too, you know, not too rough, but just a love tap. A light love tap. Give them one love tap and you get points.
Turn sharp right. In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left. Turn left.
Honestly, I find it funny how like the kilometer stuff works here. Like I was taking that corner with maybe 5 kilometers an hour, and it said I was at 40. Like the inflation is kind of crazy. The inflation of the numbers. Like I feel like whatever numbers displayed on the, you know, dial, you can probably slash that in 3. You know, like a third is probably the accurate number. So if it says like I'm driving with 40, probably the correct number is closer to like, you know, 13. And if it says like I'm driving with 100, really that's more like 30 miles per hour, realistically.
In 400 meters, turn left.
And it's not until like, you know, if you're 150, then that's really just 50. And at 300, it's really just 100 kilometers per hour. Like that's kind of like the rough translation that I'm feeling in terms of like just general sense of speed. It's like whatever mileage is on the dial, it's only a third in the real world. Like this is not 50 miles an hour, man. This is not 50 miles an hour. This is 10 at best. Like, look at me. Look at how slow I'm going next to the terrain. Like 10 kilometers basically standing still. This is not 10 kilometers an hour. There's no fucking way. This is more like 1 kilometer an hour.
In 400 meters, turn right.
The number inflation is crazy.
Turn right. In 200 meters, turn
La 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 la.
Turn right. 400 meters. Turn left.
Yeah, boy.
Turn left.
We are here.
You have arrived at your destination.
I have arrived at my destination. Right. Mm-hmm. Cool. It's really fun to just drive around in this game, honestly, more than anything else. Like, yeah, the progression's cool. It's okay. It's like no, it's not bad. It's not great. It's just fine. But like, just having a nice drive around the city is really nice. And Japan is a really nice place to drive around in terms of setting, especially with the toges and stuff. Like I didn't even go to like some of the like really crazy places today. Like the circular places and the toges. It's pretty nice. It's very nice. Dun, dun, dun. There are sadly no other cars around here. Cinematic camera. Look at that. Sweet car. Okay, that's enough. What other cars do we have here that we haven't used yet? Pretty much everything that says new, essentially. The Cadillac. And there's the Datsun. Don't care about that one. We haven't pulled the GT in a while. The interior looks really nice for this car, not gonna lie. Do I not have this one? Apparently I don't. Nice. New record. This car does drive pretty nicely. And it looks nice. Wait. This is nice. Nice place. I don't need this one. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. It's honestly just so relaxing to drive around Japan with this. Yeah, let's go into the city, I guess. Okay, perfect. I get to drive around there as well. Look at the bamboos. The city. The big city. There it is. The big city with the skyscrapers. And there's Tokyo Tower as well. Okay, let's change car again. What shall we take for a spin next? No, not that one. Civic Type R, no. You know what? That's 2000. Yeah. There's So Tokyo Tower. How do we get there? Follow the road here for now. Maybe forward for a little longer. We should, be more careful and drive on the right side of the road, but hey. Actually, definitely not this way. Chaser Zero. Hello, Chaser Zero. Where be Tokyo Tower? I feel like we're pretty close. Where is the Tokyo Tower? It's a bit sad because I can't look up. But I can maybe do this. Okay, it's over there. So more to the right. All right, around here. There's the bridge. Should be around here. Yeah, it's over there. There it is. We are at the tower. I don't know if this is Tokyo Tower though. This is it, right? Not a different one, it's this. It looks like it to me. I don't think there's any other. Very sure this is it. I wonder how far I can use the drone to go away from this location. That's the Tokyo Tower. Now we can go. Where would be the Shibuya crossing? Where would that be? I never studied like the map for locations and stuff, so I'm not exactly sure where that would be. Maybe here? Kinda looks like that could be it.
In 100 meters, turn left.
It kinda looked big enough.
Turn right.
So I'm gonna bank on that being it. But I don't actually know if I'm right or not. We'll find out in a moment, I guess.
Turn right. In 200 meters, turn left.
I guess it's not this. Simply because I'm seeing an overlap, I think, with the big roads above. And I'm pretty sure Shibuya Crossing is... yeah, it's not here. I feel like it was a decent enough guess, all things considered, but no.
Arrived
Hmm. It can't be around these big things. It has to be a pretty open space. Oh, maybe the next one, next intersection. Kind of feels right. No. No, it's not here. I feel like this space looks pretty good to be around here somewhere, but also doesn't feel like it's the right place. Where would it be? I feel like it has to be a pretty big intersection. Can't be something small. I don't think it's near the stadium. It definitely wasn't here. I mean, this is a cool building, but this is definitely not it. Not what we're looking for. Where would it be? Oh, it'll be here. I mean, sounds like it based on the name
turn around.
of that
It is safe to do so.
speed trap.
In 100 meters, turn left.
It says Shibuya Crossing, so I'm gonna assume that is the correct place.
In 100 meters, turn right. In 100 meters, turn left.
Hmm.
In 200 meters, turn right.
Yeah.
Turn right.
Why would you stop like that in the middle of the road? Yeah, I guess it makes the most sense. Yeah. That is it.
You have arrived at your
Yeah,
destination.
here it is. Here it is. The famous Shibuya Crossing. Nice. Easy pop. I think this is a train station, right? Or just, is it not? Maybe not a train station. Nice. These streets are really nice. I really like the charm of some of these streets. Obviously, you know, the stores themselves are different and whatnot, but like as a vibe, I really like what I'm seeing on the street. Especially for a street that's like behind. It's really nice. A cute little house. Midori Bank. Midori Ginko. Cafe Asatsuyu. Ramen Shin. Yamazaki Ren Yamazaki. Nice. Nekira Ramen. What does that one say? Chashu. Negi Ramen. Chahan. Those kanji I don't recognize. A lot of ramen. Different types of ramen. Chashu. Furai something. Ramen. I don't recognize some of the... What's that? Takamoto Satoshi. Reze. What else do we have? A lot of on mobiles. 3 on mobiles on the same street. And even more ramen. Kuroma. Kuda. Kara. Grand Kaneko. Nakayama. Nakaya. More ramen. Nippon Mail Office. Nice. Tatsu. Ramen. Wari Kakimoto Takashi. Grand Kaneko Game Takano. Karaoke Max Shima. Smile something. And then it's Hikari something. I really need to double down on my studies because I'm behind on kanji. Like, I can read hiragana and katakana just fine, but most kanji I still don't recognize. Ichiro Sushi. Some of these are nice, they're like subtitled. But like, yeah, kanji. Konbini, Kadomato, Play. Cafe Asatsuyu. Two cafe Asatsuyu, one next to each other. And soba. Yeah, I'm doing good. Well, better than before. Raku Raku Express. Nice. Is there anything I missed? Suzutaya. What do they sell? I can't tell from this. Maybe they don't sell. Maybe it's some kind of service. No, it looks like a place where they would sell food. Probably some sushi men. Kind of looks like it. Shinramen. Maruyama Store. Maruyama Store. Nice. Nice. More soba. Hikari something. Oh, dental clinic. Shino Shibuya, Chroma, Cafe Satsuyu, Ichiro Sushi, Grand Kaneko, Nakaya. Prorata. That's cute. I like the mascot. Sibyl. I will say I was expecting more mascots all around. Noryoku. I don't know why, but I expected more mascots overall. Beyond just like the one that you have to smash in each zone. Chikapin. Gacha City Radio. That's the one that has all the JP music. Multimodal, Sibyl. Kakimoto Takashi. Really, really nice. And of course, Shibuya Crossing. The one, the only. Ooh, that's a nice little poster. Oh, cute. I like that. Really nice. Kimono girl. Looks really nice. Even this building is nice. This is just really nice. Really, really nice. Like, I like looking around and just taking in the sights. And there's a lot of interesting places to explore. It's not just in Tokyo. I really like this like place here up with the serpentine. I think it was around here, I think. No. This one. This thing here. This is a really nice place with like the snow on the sides. Really high up. That's one place I really like going and checking out. The other one is this serpentine here. I really like this. Conceptually, as a location, like, it's really unique. It stands out. I think this was this one, right? Am I misremembering? I think it was this one. Yeah. Yeah, like this serpentine is really nice. as a location. Like you're just going in circles like this. It's a very like it's a standout piece, so to speak. Like I like this place a lot, just because of that. Like, and like even going towards it, you know, from the bottom from here. Like this is so crazy as a location. It's so beautiful. And then of course you can see the mountain from the bottom. I like going there all the way there. It's just so scenic. I mean, just like, and also for being an island that has such varied biomes. Depending on where you are, you know, like it actually does feel like you're in different countries to an extent. Just how different some of these locations are. Almost doesn't feel like you're in the same country. It's really amazing. And yeah, that's also a nice location here with the fields. You know, all the fields, and it's not just there. There's fields here, there, everywhere. Like all the fields are also kind of like such a unique thing, you know, like location or like a, what should I call it? Like I don't know, like element, I guess. I can't come up with any kind of like fitting word, but like it's such a scenic element that you don't see anywhere else, pretty much. Maybe not anywhere else. Maybe that's a little bit of an exaggeration, especially since it's rice. Like, you know, probably can find some locations in other places, especially like in China and something maybe somewhere else as well. But still, it's just like there's some elements here that give it a very unique feel and vibe that you can't really get in a lot of different places. I also like these roads, these red roads. This is, and like the way this is like all segmented and painted. I have no idea what this all represents because I've never seen something like this in my life. Oh, and the Torii Gate right there as well. Like, look at this. Look at this view. It's just so beautiful, man. It's so gorgeous. Like I can just sit here and take in the view, you know, the sights. And then you have also, you know, these buildings behind you, you know, like this with a shrine. I wonder if it allows me to go inside. Okay, I can't go inside here. I wanted to look around a little bit. Ah, okay, we can't go all the way up there though. But it's really nice. Can we? No, maybe not with this car. Maybe with another one we could go down up there. But here's a shrine. Yeah, we got a shrine here. It's just, I don't know, like I just like logging into this game and driving around. Like I don't even care about all of this stuff, you know, here. Like, sure, I'll do it. I did it this time, but like, this stuff is cool. Don't get me wrong. The game part of it. But really, just driving around, taking in the sights. Look at this giant lake. Like, driving past this is so nice. Like, now that I finished the game, I just come back to, taking the sights more than anything else. The highway is also really nice. In some locations, like just driving on the highway can give you some nice views as well. In certain locations where you can kind of see off in the distance things. I don't remember. Where does this path lead? Right, let's change car because we've been driving this one for a while. We can try something else for a change. I've been up to here. Maserati. Oh, that's a drag. RX-7. Type R. X-Class Mercedes-Benz Metro. This one's kind of cute. Cooper Mini, we did just unlock this. We got all the Nissans, yes. M600 Noble. What else did we? Oh, we didn't drive this one at all. GR Yaris. Oh, it's the same. 2021 Toyota. Just tuned differently, I guess. And different body kit. I have no idea what that is. But you know what? We're gonna check it out. Car mastery. Insta 10K. Oh. Oh, you need a lot. 10, 20, 30. I kind of don't like these ones with like the race counts. I really don't like those. Oh, it's an insta roll. Okay, cool. Oh, Jeep Wrangler, that's nice. One here. Super wheel spin, let's go. Give me something good, please. Oh, okay, that was a waste. That was a waste. Hmm. Oh well. Okay, this is not a great view. I don't like this one from the inside. Yeah, definitely not my type of car. Where does this lead? Oh wow, this car drives weirdly. Still, can we get an interesting view? Yes, we can. Just like that. We can see the lake and even drive into it. Is this like a deep lake? I don't remember. Okay, no, it's not. It's just a shallow puddle. Surprisingly. I expected this to be like an actual lake. A mini lake. But it's not a lake. None of these are. I mean, I guess this one is. This one. This one is pretty big and something you can't get into, but hey. I think this is the only one. Yeah, like this one. I mean, it lets you enter up to a point, right? Then it turns you around. Because this is actually like water. Like this is a lake. It's actually deep. Like you can go a little bit outside. But then if you're trying to go too far, it'll tell you you're too deep. Yeah. Like that. No! I missed the reward. I mean, money's good too, I guess, because you use it for everything else. But yeah, I don't like this car. Let me see. What was the other thing? Yeah, this one. I wanted to use this one. Okay, cool. Oh, this one has wheel on the right side. Surprising. Oops. I was like looking into the interior. I don't think I need this. And the interior is not particularly interesting in this one. Meh. I'm not a huge fan of this one. It's not my cup of tea, you know. What other Forza editions do we have? Did we get a new one? Oh yeah, it was this one, the skill boost. I mean, let's use it. We haven't used it yet. Oh wow. Modification out the wazoo. Oh my god, this car is refuses to actually sit on its wheels. What the hell? Oh my god, car, please. Oh my god, what is this car? What the hell? This car literally only works in straight lines and nothing else. But even that, it's like refuses. Oh my god. This is crazy. Like, this car is... I have no idea what this car is doing here, man. But it has a mind of its own. Like, I'm not kidding. With this default tuning, it's like, look, it just starts spinning. Even in a straight line. Like, all I did was accelerate. And it already does weird stuff. And it breaks like shit. Yeah, this car has a mind of its own. This one definitely needs some adjustments, because holy. This car refuses to listen. This one though I like. The NSX drives pretty nicely. I actually do like how this drives. And I also like the interior, like visually. I get to stare at Pecora's head. Yay me. Good, good, good. Okay, I mean, this one definitely feels like more responsive than the other car. Oh wow. Oh, so you have to kind of fly through here with like more dedication. I think you need a lighter car, I want to say. Almost. Well, we got 1 star at least. Look, it's a tower. We can see the tower. Oh yeah, the other place that's really nice, it's around here, I think. Where was it? I think around here. This part where you can see like both the bridge going here, but you can also see the industrial area from the distance. I think it was around here. This was a pretty nice view. Yeah, like this. Yeah, yeah. Look at that. Yeah, that's a nice view. And you can see the bridge and everything. And you can also see the industrial area from over here, the harbor. It's pretty nice. And of course, if you really want to, you can go there, you know. You just pick the bridge you want to take there. Because there's like, what, 4? Yeah, 4. There's 4 different bridges you can take to get there. There's that one. There's this one in front. And then there's the other one a little bit further ahead. This game is very visually stunning. I will admit. I'm not usually one for like realism all that much. But, you know, when it's done right, it can be quite impressive. Obviously, there are some shortcomings with characters. You know, characters look like shit. That kind of breaks the immersion a little bit. But the cars are beautiful, and the general like quality of environment is also really nice. Like it's not as realistic as the cars, obviously, and it's partly intentional, I would say, just so you know it doesn't fry your computer. Because if everything was like hyper realist, every single building and all that, you know, and lighting and whatnot, it would probably be way too much on the computer. But even so, it still looks gorgeous and still looks really nice. Let me clear this area of, you know, distractions. And you go here. You go through here like this. And then, you know, like this. And look at this view. Look at this view. So nice. But yeah. Let's see what interesting cars are there available. Takura. Is there any car that I really want to buy? Is the question. Yeah, the Aston Martin are expensive though. The Vulcan, the Valkyrie. I don't even like them, to be honest. So so I don't care that they're that expensive. The R8's pretty cool. What else? Oh yeah, that was kind of cute. Bentley, BMWs. What else? Buick, a Caddy. Ah, this one, the sedan. That's the one I have. Okay. Chevrolet. Corvette Z06. That looks pretty nice. And the Stingray. And then there's the Corvette. What else? I already have that one. The difference, you know, you go from the Datsun 510 to this one in just 2 years. That's quite the difference. And this one looks pretty cute too. All of these look kind of cool actually. And we already have the Birdie. That one, not the other ones. Oh, the DeLorean. A classic, as they say. On the Dodge Viper SRT and the GTS. Ferrari. The Ferrari. And there's the Monza. That's expensive. I like how all Ferraris are red. I mean, it makes sense. That's their color, but it's still kind of funny. There's like one blue, the white, and then everything else is just red, and one orange, I guess. Whatever. I don't care about the Ferrari that much. Ford. I mean, I already have a bunch of them. GT, that's pretty cool. Ford Focus, cute. Formula Drift. Okay. GMC, no. That looks cool. Let me see this one. The GT prototype we already have. Hennessy. Ford. Oh wow, this one has extra wheels at the back. That's kind of cool. Oh wait. This is one of those cars that has like a Mastery with an extra car in it, I think. I think this one as well by the looks of it. Limited edition. Interesting. Hyundai. Jaguar. I do have at least one. One Jaggy. One Jeep. Grand Cherokee, yeah. Don't care about those. Koenigsegg. The Regera. Jesco. Regera. X-Bow. This looks pretty cool, actually, I feel like. A little bit boxy for my tastes, but it does look pretty cool overall. Yeah. Revuelto, we already have that one. Contash. Huracan. Murcielago, Huracan, Veneno. This one looks crazy. I don't think I remember this one. That is quite insane. That is quite insane. Murcielago. Oh wow, Lamborghini even has like a SUV type. I didn't know that. Huh. Pretty sick. I'll give you that one. Huracan's quite cheap comparatively. Gallardo, Centenario. Oh, it's also pretty insane. Quite insane, actually. I love the accent. And very, very excessive. In a good way, in a good sense. What's this one like? No. How does this one look? Out of sheer curiosity. Like the skin itself, the vinyl is not necessarily bad, but I don't think it fits this car too well, specifically. I do like the colors on this one, the overall combination. It'd probably even do without the Hersher, but it looks pretty sick. This is pretty insane. I do like that. The Centenario, the Huracan, the CN Roadster, Aventador. Do I not have an Aventador? Countach, Huracan, and the Revuelto. Essence. This one does look pretty interesting. Quite excessive. Oh, Castorus. This one, just because of the color scheme I like. And I do like Castorus as well. But I do like the colors, the presentation. Nice. We got Lancia, Land Rover, Lexus. How does this look? That's pretty interesting. It's not too expensive either, so that's cool. McLaren. Mercedes, I don't care right now. Mini. Nissan. GTR Nismo. You have that one. Black edition that we don't have yet. Oh, the B50. I want to get this one just for Remia. Or the memes. I should have the melon. I don't see any skins. I was hoping to see more. Family. Where's the melon? I feel like there should have been one for Remia's silly thing. Maybe it doesn't load until you buy the car and you can search for more skins or something. Turbo Porsche. You get the Porsche. The Porsche. Porsche's radical. That's definitely radical. Like the car itself is kind of radical, to be honest. Renault Megane. Rivian. Shelby. I don't really care about these. SRT Viper. Subaru. Toyota. I feel like I kind of have most of the Toyotas that I care about. I got the Yaris, I got the Supra, I got the GR86. I haven't got this one. TVR Griffith, Lagares, Ultima, Volkswagen, Volvo, Zenvo. What's this? Yeah, I guess they only load a few. Like one page type thing. Interesting looking car, for sure. I guess we should look, like, whatever it is we buy. We should look for cars like this one, I guess, that seem to have a car as a reward, I feel like. I don't really need to spend, because I think I already have cars of my own that I need to essentially master to unlock the cars. I just need to find them, I guess. I should have some, right? Come on, where are they? I'm looking for the icon, so I could be scrolling past them in the process. But yeah. Yeah, probably scroll past them. It's a bit annoying that you can't see the car icon on your own cars. It makes it a little bit annoying to look. I'm pretty sure it's this one, right? Mastering. Was it not this one? No, it wasn't this one. I could have sworn it was this one. Could be this one, maybe? No. It's not this one. I could have sworn it was one of the Nissans that I already have. Yeah, the GTR Nismo, that one. Has the car icon. Unless that means wide body kit or something, but no, because I've seen some really old cars that had that icon. Like this one. I mean, this one's cheap, I guess, so we can buy this one. Just to check it out. No. I could have sworn. Body kits, drivetrain swap, and engine swap. Nothing else. Front bumper. Yeah, okay, no. I have no idea. I could have sworn it was one of these cars that have cars to unlock. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's the Forza Edition cars. I know they have spins, but maybe they also have cars. I know there were some cars that also have cars in their masteries, but I don't know which ones. No idea. Rally slick tires. I haven't used this one, I think, in a while. The Cheryl Num one. Spin super. Yeah, I don't know. Performance class. Try to remember. I think it was the Corone Lambo in A class, this one. That I used my masteries on. Yeah, it was this one. I don't even remember why I did that. But yeah. Oh, I got a daily wheel spin. Ooh, Ferrari 512. Oh, then the Countach was just above it. I kind of wanted the Countach more, but I'll take a Ferrari. I'll take a Ferrari. My first one, I think. I don't think I had no, I did have the free one for sure. Pre-order car, welcome pass. Yeah, okay. I had the Berlinetta. And now the 512. But yeah, we got all the treasure cars at least. That's cool. We got a Porsche. And we got all the barn finds. Oh yeah, Diablo was one of them. Okay. And we even got a Porsche here. Mitsubishi Montero. That one's kind of cute. I like it. Mm-hmm. Lincoln Continental. 2000 GT. Corone. We have the Corone. Whoops. Dude, I definitely tapped the How did that... Why was that so hard to actually correct? I'm not sure. One last race for good measure. Alright, that was a little bit too tight for my taste, but hey, we saved it somehow. Well, this is one of those races that we needed to complete for progress, I think. With like each class. Yeah, A-class legend time attack. This is one of those, yeah. In order to finish the whole thing and get the Subaru VVO, yeah. That was one of the things that we needed to finish, and then we have the road racing. Seaside Park Sprint, yeah. Exige for this one, for dirt racing, Huracan Cerato, mini JVC, wristband events, super wheel spin for finishing these. This one 3 stars, this one 3 stars. Alright. And then for skills, what do we have here? Feed me. Smash a vending machine. Okay, that's the only thing I'm missing. Surprisingly. I don't even know where to find a vending machine to smash. That's the funny thing. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of them to go around. I just don't know where they are, that's all. Oh well. We'll figure it out some other time. But it is funny that that's the only thing I don't have. I'm trying to think, like, one of these areas probably has a vending machine that has to be near the sea or something. I'm pretty sure I've seen them before around these parts, but I don't think I got the right place though. Like, I feel like there should be at least one around these port areas. It's probably just not this one. What else could I maybe... I mean, obviously in Tokyo somewhere there has to be some vending machines. Especially around this area. In one of those like side streets or something.
The skills to pay bills.
There we go.
Literally, the most
There we go. Just needed that for another wheel spin. Ah, nothing. Nothing this time.
Irish driver out there. Check out your journal.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's link skills as well.
It takes two or more to tango and get link skills. Experiment. Who knows what scores you can achieve together?
Mm-hmm. What are the rewards for this one? Super wheel spin. Okay. No cars here. Horizon photograph cars. Okay, we got 2 cars here as rewards. 3 cars as rewards. 2 super wheel spins. And 2 regular. Yeah, okay. There's a bunch of cards to be had from some of these events. Okay, if you just complete some of these. AM Valkyrie. Super wheel spin. BMW M2 FE. That's a Forza right there. Mazda RX-8 right there. And a super wheel spin. Oh, the Warthog, that's kind of cool. I just have to throw myself off danger signs. 911 GT3. Oh, speed traps. GMAT 50. Interesting looking car. And then for a VS Pro 2 truck. Opel Manta. Oh, Cayman GT4. That's nice. Horizon Play. I just need to level up. MX5 Cup. Urus 90. No idea what that car is. And a Porsche 911. Okay, cool, I guess. Discovery. Oh, summer and winter seasons. I haven't played in those. Those are the only things to get the Ajera. Summer, winter. We're in spring now. Okay, so the next season would be summer. Like in a day, probably. New badge, new events, new cars coming during Horizon decades. Okay, cool. I'll maybe check it out tomorrow to see what they have for rewards. But yeah, for today, I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I was chilling. Chilling. Got a little riled up over the nonsense in the gaming industry, but hey. Sometimes that happens with this industry. Yeah. Okay. Well, nothing new at the moment, at least for news. I mean, except for the obvious, layoffs everywhere, and we already talked about that. Well, it's fine. I'm just gonna go sleep it off and forget everything about this forsaken industry. Yeah, we're gonna call it a day here. It was fun. I love chilling in this game. I just love, hanging out. It's a nice, comfy mood for me to just be, driving about and leisurely taking in the sights. But I'm gonna call it a day here. I'm gonna go rest up, and then tomorrow, honestly, I don't know yet. I don't feel like starting a new game tomorrow, to be honest. I kind of just want to either chill a little bit or farm a little bit, maybe some Destiny. I'll see. I'll see how I feel about it. It's probably going to be another Forza stream or a Destiny stream tomorrow. And Friday is most likely going to be Friday is going to be Destiny for sure. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll take it one day at a time. We're just going to chill a little bit this week before we start up a new game next week. Next week is going to be a new game. And then we'll go from there. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Go rest well. Have fun. All that good stuff. And I'll see you next time. Take care, buddy. Bye-bye.